Well, hello. Good morning, everyone. Up.
And you muted yourself.
I had something unmuted. Sorry. It's Sunday morning. As I was telling everyone before stream, I made the mistake of starting to watch Stranger Things season 4 at like 11 o'clock last night. So, and then fell asleep in the middle of it. It was very weird. So I'm a little out of sorts. But anyway, perfect brain prep for the story we're going to tell today. Hey, before we dive into all that and try our darndest to recollect what happened last time, why don't we do the thing where you tell people who you are and a little bit about the character you're playing? Let's do Misha first this time.
All right. I'm Misha, or Misha _less than 3. Here on Twitch. You can find me on Twitter at Misha Weha. I'm playing Ada. She was a regular teenage girl here at the Pioneer Academy school, but then she was killed by Kim and became a ghost. So she's been, hanging around trying not to think about that, and at this point investigating the disappearance of their friend Mia with the Kim and Ava.
Yep.
All right. I guess we go down to Megan.
Hi, I am Megan ML, and I am a Twitch streamer, and I'll be streaming a lot because I'm done with school because I'm a teacher. And my character is Larissa. Larissa is a ghoul. And basically she was a regular girl and she drowned in a grain elevator and then she became a ghoul, and she lives by the grain elevator, kind of like in a drain thing, and yeah, she's come back as a new person to join the school and find some friends.
Yes. Sure. SJ.
All right. I am SJ, or SJ Sidekick. I just recently moved, which is, if you've been watching, you've slowly seen my background evolve from nothing to this mess. I will be playing Ava. So Ava is a vampire. She was born as a vampire to her father, Anzo, who is basically trying to make his own coterie in Willow Bluff. And a little worried about him right about now, but we'll get to that in the recap. Kim.
Right. I am 98 Tough Love, or Tough, or Torf, or Torfleton, or some other variety of nickname. I am also a variety streamer on Twitch. Should be getting back to that pretty soon. I play lots of different games. Sometimes I run games somewhat similar to this. Our Masks campaign will be coming back hopefully on June 11th. So we are looking forward to redoing that. And I am playing Kimberly, or Kim. She is the Infernal. She has made a very fun bargain with, higher powers down below in order to exact revenge on...
Demonic garden gnome.
Yeah, demonic garden gnomes. And she has definitely not misread the contract on multiple occasions and misunderstood the terms and conditions, but it's fine. Everything's fine. So yeah, she's having a great time trying to find her missing lover, Mia.
Yes. And I'm Zero, or Zero Daylight. I run games online a lot. And a lot of those games are powered by the apocalypse. And this is Monsterhearts, which is a powered by the apocalypse game of kind of teenage angst and romance and hormones and all that kind of drama, except everyone's a monster. So it's cranked up to 11. Hey, who remembers what happened last time, or in general previously? Who wants to give us the story so far?
So in general, Ada, Kim, Ava, and Mia were told by their AP English teacher that they need to do some extra credit in order to move their B's to A's, and that's to make a Pep Club. They made correct decisions to go check out the insane asylum to see if that would be a good community project for a Pep Club. And long story short, there's been a lot of like weird disappearances of things. Like the thing that's most important to you gets taken. It happened a couple times at school, and then it happened to Kim when Mia was taken. So then the last episode, we were like, where's Mia? And we yelled because Ada learned that Kim killed her, and everyone was angry in general, and we were wandering around the woods by the insane asylum, and our other friend Max joined us, who I think was briefly introduced into Kim's cult and then left later, but don't worry about that part. So asked some ghosts if they knew about what was going on with the whole disappearance things. The ones at the insane asylum, they were unhelpful. Kim had a bit of a scare in the basement due to said ghosts. And then we left to go look at Kim's dad's books that have interesting things about, demon contracts, maybe. Or maybe weird incidents like this. We looked into those, and as we were researching that, we looked across the lake, and there was a fire suspiciously at Ava's house. And after rushing there, it was Ava's house on fire. It turns out Max's mom had set the fire, probably due to the influence of this weird entity we were determining. Ava lost her cool trying to get in, did punch a police officer, but they're like, I guess you're just really intense, teenage girl.
And she got tased a lot.
Like a lot, but she's fine. And they're like, well, I guess we should take you to this ambulance. And first Ava was like, no. And then Ava saw the blood in there and was like, yes. And went to the hospital. There, Ava talked to her dad, who I think we also got the vibe might have been under the influence of this creature in the way that he's like, my operation is failing. I need to leave town. That's the best option for me. So he did. And let's see. Oh, so Ada and Kim went with Max to go, see Max's mom in the jail. Went around the back instead of the front door like normal people. Had a brief conversation. But Kim made Max's mom go insane, I think. Due to trying to use vampire powers that she doesn't know how to use. So the situation intensified, and Max freaked out, turned into a werewolf, tore down the wall, and took her mom to Canada, we assume.
Yeah.
And Kim and Ada just kind of backed out of the scene and left, and then went over to Ava and was all like, hey, so Max is a werewolf? Do you want to come over to Ada's house, since you don't have a house? I think that's where we're generally at.
Yes, it's sleepover time. So, it is late at night. What happens?
I'm rummaging through Ada's closet,
Okay.
looking for anything suitable, because the clothes I came in was my school uniform, which got all torn up because somebody was a ghost and didn't tell me. So she made it seem like you could get through the fence no problem, and I cut up all my clothes. And then all my other clothes burned up. So
Yep.
Everything is light pastel colors or maybe a purple. Lots of sparkles, maybe nice stripes, super pastel, very fluffy. She has school uniforms too.
do you have any like school hoodies like that just has like the school logo or something on it?
No.
Oh my god. Okay.
So do you want to wear pink or robin's egg blue or a lovely seafoam green, maybe?
Lavender.
Lavender.
I think I'll go purple.
Okay. Maybe Ada has an aunt who is a fashion designer or something. And so there are a few pieces that are just like a little bit too couture. Like really a sparkly sequined ball gown. What's that about? So it's a little 80s. So like there's a few pieces that maybe have like a little bit too large shoulder pads, but they probably don't get a lot of wear. So you can dress like Alexis Carrington if you'd like. I think that Ada's Closet might be able to, and she hasn't worn those pieces, so that you know of.
Yeah, they're in the back.
Yeah. Just have to tease out your hair. It could be a whole new look. No one would suspect you're a vampire.
A whole new look.
Ada's the kind of person who has like a little vanity in her room too. Like
I just need it for the night. I'm going shopping tomorrow, but then I have to be seen in public going shopping. Okay.
Yes.
We also need to probably catch up on some stuff.
Eating people. Is Kim there?
I don't know. No. Yeah, Kim probably did not get invited to the sleepover. So Kim probably went home after dropping everybody off in the Grand Marquis and then took off.
Okay. Is Larissa skulking around somewhere?
So Larissa got some of her things together in her drain pipe and walks to Ada's house and kind of like looks in the windows. She's a little creepy. She's looking in the windows, kind of suss out what's going on. She sees movement up in Ada's room, like through the window. And she's like, okay, someone's there. I'll go ahead and knock. So I go up to the door and I'm like, ch-ch-ch-ch. And I knock on the door. Like real dainty, like though, like, hello.
Who would answer the door, Ada? Would it be you? It's late at night.
Not be Kim.
Probably me.
Okay.
I'm still up. So I'll go like, oh, someone's at the door? I'll run downstairs and open the door and go, oh, hi. Larissa?
Mary, I
definitely
mean,
didn't start saying Mary.
Hi, I'm here. So...
The wheels turn in Ada's head. Oh, right, you were gonna come over.
You invited me.
Yeah.
Remember when I asked you to invite me?
Ava's coming up
And
behind
you did?
Ada and is like, who's this?
Oh, Ava, this is Larissa. Larissa, this is Ava.
Hi. Hi.
Hey.
Hi. Hi, I'm new here.
Yeah, I invited her over for a sleepover.
I just moved to the area. Hi, I'm Larissa. I'm a new student.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Don't worry, there's room for all of us. Come on in.
I go in, just like real weird, like just hanging out by the walls and stuff, just real strange.
Yeah, Ava's definitely sizing her up and is like, Ada really make this a whole sleepover event? You just lost my house. What the?
Yeah, suddenly it's a real sleepover. There's 3 of us. We can play Bloody Mary.
Scary Mary.
Yeah, in this town, it's Scary Mary.
Prefer the bloody version.
Y'all want something to drink?
Oh, God.
No, I'm good.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
A snack, maybe?
Yeah, actually.
Yeah.
Drink and snack. What do you have that's super long and complicated to make?
Well, I was going to say I could make popcorn, but I could. Do you want like cookies or something? That takes a while.
Yeah, like cookies, maybe a milkshake.
Milkshake.
Yeah.
I have to find the
that's
blender
good.
for that. Okay,
Yeah, you do
I'll
that.
be-
Me and Larissa are gonna introduce ourselves.
Okay, I have some. Show her up to the room and stuff.
Yeah, I'll do that.
And I'll just go to the kitchen and start making food that I can't eat.
Perfect. Okay, I can't eat it either, but I have something else. All right. So I'm gonna show Larissa up to the room.
And I'm like following real like, oh my god, we're going to the room.
Yeah, I'll let you go in first. Like, oh yeah, this is the room. Sorry about the mess. I was kind of going through her clothes.
These clothes are very pastel.
Yeah. Close the door behind me. Very discreetly. Lock it. So
hi.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, hi.
Hi. I just need you to relax for a second.
Okay.
And I'm going to try to hypnotize her.
She tells me to relax, and I'm like, okay. And I get really tense.
Just arms straight out.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I'm going to attempt to hypnotize her.
Okay.
So I can drink from her and her not know what's up.
Okay.
What?
Can you drink ghoul blood?
Probably not.
We're about to find out.
Do we have a minor boon? Because that'll kick me up to a 10.
We do. We have one, at least one from Roguelet.
Okay, cool. I'm going to use that. That way I don't make your character go insane.
Cool.
All right. So I'm just going to be like,
that would be interesting.
nothing's happening. I'm showing you around the room. Everything's fine. Just, look at the clothes. Look at the really ugly clothes. And then I'm going to, like, take her wrist and bite into it.
Okay.
I don't think I
probably,
feel any of that, do I? I mean, even if I weren't hypnotized, do I feel things?
You don't lose all physical sensation. I mean, you're aware of where your body is.
But I don't feel pain the same way, I'm assuming, right?
For sure. Except for the pain of hunger.
Yeah, always the pain of hunger.
So you're not quite sure, Ava, what kind of oozes into your mouth, but it isn't blood. And
it's probably grain.
it's pure grain alcohol. It's been fermenting for years.
Oh, God.
You're wasted.
Right. So yeah. And see, Nerder just dropped a major bang.
Oh no, Nerder, why would you do
for
that?
SJ. So yeah. Let's see, how can we make this really interesting?
Oh no.
So Larissa is hypnotized. Her mind is, but her body has all sorts of very interesting instincts. So as you latch on to her wrist and begin to, what is this? Her body lunges forward and latches onto your shoulder. And starts kind of chewing.
Oh, yeah, because I'm always hungry. So if you take my mind, I can't keep my cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's bad.
And as you swallow whatever this viscous gunk is, it makes your hunger worse. And losing whatever that substance is makes Larissa's hunger worse. So you two are stuck in kind of this weird Ouroboros of eating each other. Meanwhile, then Ada pops in. Did you want chocolate chip or oatmeal? Oh, never mind.
She bit me. She's fighting me. Help.
Do you stop attempting to feed on Larissa?
As soon as I get weird gunk in my mouth, I think, yeah.
Okay. And then, to be nice, I'll say that Larissa doesn't continue to consume your flesh. Or you're able to kind of push
Can
back.
I snap out of it at some point?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay.
As
And then I'm
soon
like,
as-
oh my God, I'm so sorry.
As soon as Ava loses control of the hypnotism, and then you're able to reassert your conscious mind and stop trying to chew her shoulder.
But I'm like also confused because I'm like, what? And then I'm like eating her shoulder and I'm like, oh my God, are we making out already? I'm like really like, oh my God, are we already like, why did I lose time? And am I totally making out with this person?
Yes.
I like snap to and I'm like, and I try to grab Eva's face and start making out with her.
With her blood all over your mouth.
Yeah, because I don't care. You know what I mean? I'm like hungry and I'm like, let's do this.
What is happening? Why did you invite this person?
Oh, I'm so. Were we not? I'm
No.
so confused. I don't remember. I'm confused. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. That's so embarrassing. Okay, I'm sorry. Unless.
You tried to eat me.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. Oh, did I? Oh, I'm so sorry.
What? You're bleeding, not blood. What are you?
Why am I bleeding? Oh man, I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding. Why am I bleeding?
You bit me, so I bit you back. I couldn't get you off.
Oh man, well, isn't that unfortunate? I'm really embarrassed. I need to go wash this off. And she runs out of the room towards the bathroom, which she doesn't know where it is, so she's just like running around.
I mean, I think she probably has been skulking outside windows a lot. She probably has a fairly good idea.
She might have a good idea, yeah.
Cool.
Ava's gonna look
I
at
went to the bathroom and I'm trying to wash off the gunk, and like I put a bandage, like I find something in the bathroom of first aid nature, and I just wrap it around the bite marks so that people can't see my ooze anymore.
This was the one okay shirt you had, and now it's ruined.
I'm sorry, are you okay?
No!
I heard a lot about bleeding and yelling.
Yeah, she attacked me. Completely unprovoked.
Oh. She did she?
Is she another ghost?
Okay, so I wouldn't say she's a ghost.
Her blood was
But-
different from yours.
Okay, well, I think most people's bloods are different than mine at this point, Ava.
But it wasn't a normal blood either.
Yes.
Yeah.
She did. Yeah. You know the stories of Scary Mary down at the grain elevator?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But she goes by Larissa now, so I mean, it'd be a little rude to call her Mary to her face, you know?
It'd be a little rude for her to, take a chunk out of someone's shoulder.
I mean, I haven't ever seen her, like, lose control like that. Did you?
I'm very... I mean, look at me. I can't really blame her for wanting a piece of this, but I just don't understand why no one in our school is normal. This is getting ridiculous. I'm the only normal one.
That does seem to be the case. But this town's a little weird anyway, you know? You get used to it. Oh, the cookies!
I just don't think I have much of an appetite right now.
Well, they're going. I can't just let them
I'm a
burn.
little too shaken. That's fine. I just, really lost my appetite.
Okay, so I come back from the bathroom. Ada, did you go to check on cookies?
Yes, I went to check on cookies.
Okay. I'm totally going to corner Eva again. Not corner Eva, but I come in and I say, I'm like, okay, listen, I never lose control like that.
Okay, but you
Like
did.
ever. Oh, like ever.
Well,
But-
there's a first time for everything.
But here's what I don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
You're not normal. And
No,
this,
I'm amazing, and that's probably why you tried to make out with me and you couldn't handle it. So then you started biting me.
no, I'm drawn to you. I'm drawn to you because I
Most
don't
people
think
are.
you're alive. Also, what's this? I show like the markings that clearly look like teeth. What's this?
Told you I bit you back.
What are
Bit
you?
first?
What are you? I won't tell.
I'm a victim. That's what I am.
Oh, okay. And I do big elaborate like oink. Okay.
Go do that.
And I leave the room.
Okay.
So I still don't know what she is, but there's something going on.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure if you're trying to eat my blood, I have an idea. And so I go down to see what Ada's doing with the cookies.
Where's Ada's dad by chance?
Ada's dad works a lot of jobs and probably takes Ambien or something because his sleep schedule is very wonky. So he, aside from the occasional like sleepwalking situation or sleep eating, as often happens with Ambien, he's not likely to wake up. He did not wake up because of the little tussle in Ava's bedroom or Ada's bedroom.
Great.
So
So he wouldn't wake up if somebody came into his room.
Probably not.
I'm going to sneak off into his room and lock the door behind me.
Okay. I mean, Ada's dad doesn't believe in locked doors, but that's fine.
Chair in front of it or something. I don't know. Something to keep them from busting in.
Yep, that'll stop me.
Oh, God. I always forget. Ava's completely forgotten about that. She's just like, this will work. All right. And then, is he just sleeping in his bed? He looks knocked out.
Yeah.
Cool. Just gonna kind of,
All
quietly-
tousled and hot dad looking there in bed.
very carefully.
As
Try
we've
to
established, all the
his,
characters' parents are like super hot and kind of interested in each other in a way that makes everyone feel very uncomfortable. Anyway, go ahead.
I try to get his arm very, very carefully, very gently.
Yep.
Yep. And then I'm going to drink.
Okay.
Cool.
I'm downstairs. I run downstairs. And are you making milkshakes also? Because I don't really feel like cookies anymore now that you've made all these cookies. But I would love a milkshake.
Yeah, I can do that. That's right.
No, great. And I just take off again.
Oh,
I go upstairs to go look for Eva again.
Yep. So Eva is. So are you just taking enough to sate your?
I'm not going to kill him.
Okay, you're not going to turn him,
No. Ah, God, that would be even worse.
right? That's fine. Cool. So yeah. Let me just
also,
type something in chat. real
Marissa,
quick.
you get to mark experience, and her dad also gets to mark experience.
Yes.
Nice.
Oh no! You know what? I'm not gonna. I won't do it yet. Hey, Ava, would you do me a favor and hold steady for me?
Yeah, no. Super interested in doing that. Oh, okay. 8. What is hold steady? It's hold steady plus cold.
Yeah.
Perfect. 9, 10. 10.
Yeah. minor bane.
9.
So you get to choose. You keep your cool. Pick an option from number 10, which is ask a question about the situation, remove a condition, carry one forward, but also gain the condition terrified. Only it's going to be a different condition.
Okay. Ask a question about the situation and take. Like the situation of me drinking from her dad?
The general situation. Something I thought might occur to you. Or you could remove a condition. Yeah, you have the condition. Don't you have the you should have the condition, famished or something.
I got rid of it from drinking the thing to stave it off.
Okay.
But
well, it probably came back.
So we'll remove the condition then.
Okay, cool. You gain the conditioned ambient.
Oh no. Okay.
Yep. Because you just drank a bunch of Ambien blood. And he uses Ambien like a lot. Mm-hmm. So he has a relatively high tolerance. So he's on, not a dangerous dose by any means, but enough of it that it definitely affects you. And especially the way your body metabolizes blood, it goes straight into your own bloodstream and you are super ambient, which manifests itself as kind of a floaty pleasantness.
Cool.
Because it's a negative consequence. So you're just like in love with the world. Everything's fine. Everyone's your friend.
I make his wound look like he did something, like not a bite mark.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to say vampires can lick the wound and it will and impart whatever weird healing factor they have to obscure the relics of feeding.
Cool. Perfect. I'm going to exit his room.
And I'm in the hallway.
Yeah.
No bandages in there. I do feel
standing in a corner with your arms out straight and your head down and your hair in front of your face. Just stock still.
Hi.
Hey. Do you want to help me find some bandages or something?
I already found
some. There was
some.
None in there.
Why are you in there?
I was looking for bandages.
What are you?
Looking for bandages.
No. What are you?
Looking for bandages.
I'll show you bandages. I just got some for my wrist where you bit me.
Cool.
They're this way, not in there. Why were you in there?
Like I said, I was looking for bandages. I know they're not in there because I looked.
Why would you look for bandages in a room instead of in a bathroom?
Because there's a master bathroom attached.
And you didn't find any bandages in there?
No, not that would work for this.
All right, follow me.
Follow her.
And I walk to the bathroom. And then I'm like, you can sit down on the toilet. I'll take care of it.
Thank you. Least you could do.
Least I could do. I'd be like, And I just get the bandages and I'm like looking at the wound and I'm like, oof, I'm sorry about this. I feel very out of control around you.
It's healing as you look, Larissa.
Yeah, I'm like bandaging it up and it doesn't even need it. It's like, and I'm like, are you sure I bit you? It's really doesn't look that bad.
Looks kind of like a hickey now.
Yeah. Are you sure I bit you and I didn't just suck on it a little?
It felt pretty rough.
Oh. Okay, well, it doesn't look that bad. Do you have a low pain tolerance?
No.
Oh. So do you just heal fast? Because when I bite, it doesn't look like this.
Hey, do you have any, clothes? Because Ada's clothes are not that great. So did you bring any?
Well, I don't really have a lot of clothes.
Oh, are you poor?
Well, you know exactly where you can get a lot of very fancy clothes.
I do?
Yeah. There's
In
a
the master bedroom?
no
where
there
that dude's
there's a
sleeping?
there's a
Oh.
place that you probably frequent occasionally where there's a lot of people with fancy clothes that aren't currently using them. As a ghoul.
Oh.
So you're probably
I go
like, do you
to
want
do I go to the graveyard? Is that what you're indicating?
I would say I would suspect you probably do.
Yeah, like when I'm real desperate for foods.
Yeah.
Okay. But they're like, are they going to be in good shape though?
Yeah.
Maybe the fresher ones, yeah.
Yeah.
I know a place where I can get clothes, but it would take me a while. Unless you'd be willing to help.
That's okay. You can go by yourself.
All right. I'm going to do it though because I'm like really enamored by SJ and I really want to know Eva, and I really want to know what Eva is.
You can say SJ too. It's fine.
Cool. I assume if you're looking for more modern attire. Well, are you looking for more modern attire?
Wait, is it?
Larissa froze. You froze for a second there, Larissa.
Oh, sorry. Am I back?
Yep.
Okay. If I'm looking for clothes for for Eva, good question. Why don't I just go to the freshest one I can find?
Okay. Yeah.
Because it'll be easier to dig up too, probably.
Yeah. So
right?
Probably at the newer graveyard, not the one next to Grace Lutheran. And the good news is there's probably a lot of like polyester stuff from the 70s that doesn't biodegrade.
Right.
So you can this is your version of going to the mall and shopping.
Yeah.
You probably have done this before.
Strange all the time.
Yeah.
Also, I'm probably gonna grab a little snack while I'm doing this because
Might as well. Yeah. Yeah.
So I eat. I dig up this body and it's it's like that pink Jackie O, the Chanel, the really like famous dress.
Pillbox
You know
hat.
what I'm talking about? Yeah, with the pillbox hat. And I dig it up and I find that. And I'm like, man, I thought this was going to be fresher than that. But remember when it came back for a second?
Yeah.
And then I'm like, all right, well, I don't feel like digging up another one. So I take all the clothes or whatever, and then I eat the body. And then I just kind of put all the dirt back and I go back.
Yeah.
And then this takes a little while.
And sometime while you're gone, I'm like, I got the milkshakes ready. Larissa, where'd she go?
You went out for a second. She said she was going to come back with some clothes. I don't know where from. But.
Okay. Do you want a milkshake?
Like I said, I kind of lost my appetite after that whole thing. It was very, very kind of traumatizing, I've just been through a lot today.
Oh. Do you want to watch a movie or something?
Yeah, we can do that. That's fine.
Okay.
I'm cool with a movie.
It's the kiddie movie.
Right now, Ava's fine with it.
So they start
so cute.
They start watching the movie, and I come back with this outfit. And I'm like, it's like clean because it was in the casket. It's not like it had dirt on it and stuff.
It smells vaguely like formaldehyde, but yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't smell great, but I get it, and I'm like, whatever. And I come back to Ava's, and I knock.
Answer it.
Pause the movie. And get up. Answer the door, because I presume it's Larissa.
Hi.
Hi. Oh.
I'm back.
Welcome back. We're in the middle of a movie.
Oh. Okay. And I just go in, and I'm like really proud of this thing. I got you an outfit.
Can I smell like the formaldehyde from here?
It's not that strong.
Well, I just mean supernatural senses.
Yeah. But it smells like it's been in someone's closet for a long time.
Okay. Okay, let's see it.
And I give it to her.
I will remind you, Ava, you are ambient.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks. That was so nice of you.
Isn't it a beautiful pink?
You should try it on, Ava. It looks so cute.
Put it on, put it on, put it on, put it on.
Okay.
Fashion time.
Luckily, I can make anything look good, so.
She's not lying.
Go into the bathroom and change.
Okay, while she's in the bathroom, because Ada and I go way back, right? We keep that secret, but we go way back, and I'm like, Ada, listen, this is gonna sound wild, okay? But Ava's not normal. You keep saying she's normal. She's not normal.
Definitely normal. She's the most normal out of all of us.
She bit me, and I probably don't heal very fast, so I take the bandage off and I show it to her, and I'm like, she bit me.
She would never bite you, first of all. Are you sure you didn't just stab a fence or something on your way around?
First of all, I don't know what I did. I've never lost control like that. I don't even remember attacking her. And then when I came to, I had
you attacked her?
I guess so, but I didn't mean to. I had no control.
Oh my God.
She's something else. I'm telling you. And then, remember when I bit her and she was upset about it? She was like, she came out of your dad's room, and I was like, why are you in there?
She came out of my dad's room?
And she was like, yeah, I'm looking for bandages. And I was like, duh, they're in the bathroom. And then we went to the bathroom together, but not like that. We went to the bathroom so I could get her a bandage. But anyway, the bite mark was already healed. And when I bite people, it's not healed. It's
it's pretty vicious.
Yeah. I'm just saying, okay, maybe, and most likely, but also just maybe, because I don't want to be whatever. I know she's your friend. I know that you think she's normal, but I am attracted to her in a way that only dead people can be attracted to dead people.
Wait.
That's a thing. Just believe me.
Is it a thing?
Yeah, you already know about the thing.
Me because we're both dead now?
Yeah, as friends.
As friends, okay.
Wow. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing.
Yeah, it's fine. I won't eat you, though, so that's cool.
No, that's probably pretty hard to do, actually.
Oh, yeah, because you're dead. I always forget. You look so real.
I know. We both look towards the bathroom where SJ's changing. I mean, Ava.
And then, Ava, you appear, I assume.
Yep. Come out. I'm like, I really do make everything look good, don't I?
Oh my gosh, you look amazing.
Looks super cool.
Thank you.
I can't believe you brought that Chanel look back like that.
Fashion
What can I say?
revolutionary. Were you in my dad's room?
I hit Ava with my hand.
Put a pin in that. Put a pin in that. Kim, what are you doing?
Just going back home, ready for a nice sleep, because it's been a long day, and now I know that there's demons and ghosts and werewolves, so that's a lot. So, yeah.
Does anything happen before you crawl into bed?
Well, is my dad asleep?
Probably.
Cool. I want to steal his phone.
Okay. Easy enough. It's plugged into a charger in the kitchen.
Cool. So I'm gonna snoop in on his and Mia's mom's conversations.
Yeah.
And then probably like
It's a lot of like dad jokes and bad puns, and Mia's mom be like, "Oh, you're so funny."
yeah. I think she's just gonna write something like really nasty and send it.
Wow.
And then go bury the phone in the backyard.
Okay. Sure.
Like, Kim doesn't...
So when you say really nasty, do you mean like I hate you, I wish you would die, or?
Yeah. She's basically trying to... She wants to ruin the relationship.
Okay.
So she's just gonna impersonate her dad and just be mean.
Okay, cool. And then you bury his phone out in the backyard.
Yep.
All right. Why not?
Right, and then I feel better about that, at least. And I might do a little bit more research into those books, because I do need to find Mia, because that's part of my like contract now.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
So
Let's see. Why didn't you peer into the void, or sorry, gaze into the abyss for me?
May I ask a player question?
Yes.
Do we know what happened to Mia?
No.
I mean, as we don't know, but as players, do we even know?
No.
Nobody knows.
I mean, you know that there was a entity that felt entitled to the thing that Kimberly valued the most, which was Mia.
Right. Okay.
And that Kimberly was for sure going to stab Mia because that's Kim's answer to everything. But then when the rest of the gang happened upon her, she had become her darkest self. And Mia there was just no sign of Mia, no blood, nothing.
Got you.
I got a 9.
Okay. Would you like to keep that?
I think I would like to use that minor boon. Bump that to a 10.
Sounds like a good idea. Let me type that in real quick. Okay, so on a 10, you choose 2. Are the visions lucid and detailed? Do they show you what you must do? Or do they cure you removing a condition?
I can choose 2.
Yep.
I would like to know what to do. And then whatever the first one was. 'Cause I don't think
The visions are extremely detailed and clear. So, you are researching long into the night, and or at least for a little bit. As we have discovered, you're not the most patient when it comes to reading and reading comprehension. So your version of researching is just like randomly flipping pages, going, nope, not here. Random flip, nope, not here. And eventually you get bored and kind of stare off into the distance, and at some point you drop off. Are you in your dad's office, or did you bring the books into your room?
I think I brought them back into my room.
Okay. At some point, you awaken. You are not alone. That's all you know. You awaken to the recognition that there is someone else in your room.
Pietro.
You become aware of 2 massive kind of red gold eyes floating in the darkness, staring at you. Something about them, there's a force of will or presence behind them that holds you transfixed.
Who are you?
I am the one who has what you value most.
Where's Mia?
She's safe for now.
Why are you taking everything?
Because it is my due.
Why is it your due?
By rights.
Being like really vague and cryptic right now, and I'm like not really good with this. So could you be a little more specific? Like, did like people screw you over? Do you just like stuff? Like, what's going on here?
I take what I want. And I want what is most valuable to those that should be my subjects.
Okay, so you want to like rule the town or something? I think they're like doing mayor elections.
You will help me. You will serve.
Why?
Do you want Mia back? Then you will replace her with something of even greater value.
Like what?
You are a member of the Pep Club, yes?
Yep.
Well, you will remind the students that school is the most important thing in their life. Their achievement, their friendships, all of that is setting a pattern for their future success, and without it, they are nowhere. You will build the school spirit.
Okay. And then I get Mia back, right?
Yes.
Cool. All right. I'll do that. Easy enough.
Hundreds of souls realizing at once that this one thing is the most important thing in their life. Do that for me, and I will give you back your momentary interest.
Oh my god, this is so much simpler than the other deal. Yeah, okay, that sounds great.
Yes. You will need to convince your friends. It is not something you can do alone.
I mean, they all need the extra credit, so, like,
Yes.
school's already important to them. Should be easy enough to spread that to everybody else.
Yes, and do not reveal that we have made this compact.
Right. I remember that I'm not supposed to tell people about this stuff now.
Excellent. Make it happen before the school year is over, or else my hunger may overcome my generosity.
Got it. Can do. We're gonna do a big assembly, so should be done by then, I think.
You realize that your window is open. Something massive, long, sinewy, shadowy, slithers out into the night. And you are alone.
Okay. I'm gonna go crash the slumber party.
Okay.
Drive up in the Grand Marquis with the Dukes of Hazzard horn blazing.
Sure. Well, Ada's dad is now not only ambient, but also like missing several liters of blood, so he's for sure not waking up.
Weird.
Yeah, I can't believe that happened. Get up and go knock on the door.
It's probably like 1 o'clock at night now.
Yeah.
How many people did you invite to this, Ada?
I didn't invite anybody else. I open the door, I see it's Kim, and I slam the door shut. I turn around and I say, "It's Kim."
Ada, wait.
You
Ada.
get it, Ava.
Larissa, you haven't met Kim yet, but she's... Let's just say we don't like her very much. We just have to work with her.
Okay. If you don't like her, I guess we don't like her.
Exactly. Exactly.
I mean, to be fair, Eva, Kim's not all that bad.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
guess.
she killed Ada, though, right? I would know that because Ada told me that she killed her, right?
Probably.
I would assume.
Ada just realized.
But
I
she
killed
just
her.
found out, so she
just
might
found
not.
out. I knew I got stabbed, but I didn't know by who. So you don't. I don't think I had mentioned that to you yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I don't know that you know.
So
what
then
Ada
I'm
is.
like, okay, well, why do we hate her?
Just get the door.
I get the door. Kimberly,
I would rather be.
Hi, Ava. Good to see you. Look, what are you wearing?
our new best friend got it for me.
Who's our new best friend?
Our new best friend. That wasn't including. Word.
Right. Yeah, of course. Anyways, look, so I couldn't sleep super good because I was just super excited thinking about the Pep Club. And, we kind of haven't really done anything with that because it's the whole Mia thing. But I think if we just,
right.
focus on it, then that'll be good. Because we got to do it for Mia, right? Like
right now?
I mean, you guys aren't, sleeping, right? Does Ada sleep?
A really inappropriate question to ask.
It's just, I don't want to be if she needs to sleep, she needs to sleep. That's fine. I'll just go sleep in the corn, I guess.
Wait, play your question. Do any of us need sleep? Not really,
Yes.
right?
Kim does.
Kim does. Okay.
Yeah.
Kim's the only not undead one in the group right now.
Well, are you hungry?
Yeah, I could go for a 1 o'clock in the morning snack.
Okay, because Ada made a lot of cookies, and I feel bad because we don't really want to eat them.
Oh. Yeah.
But you better have really good ideas for the Pep Club.
I mean, that's why I'm here, because we need to, crowdsource.
Hi, I'm Larissa.
Oh, hi, Larissa. Oh, you're the new girl, right?
I am. I'm new, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I haven't gotten to say hi yet.
What is this you're talking about with the Pep Club? Is that something for school?
Yeah, we're getting some extra credit for English by putting together a Pep Club. So we're trying to come up with ideas of how to make it work. We have to put the report on the teacher's desk on Monday, and we haven't done it because we've been a little busy doing other stuff.
I mean, did you need some help to do it too?
Oh my gosh, do you want to be part of the Pep Club?
I mean,
and there's this extra piece.
The Pep Club.
But there's the VIP Pep Club. It's for really special people. We had one member, and then
I shut the door.
Ava!
It's not locked.
Pep
You can just
Club
open it.
only.
I am the marketing person. I think that's what I decided my title was.
Yes, Chief Marketing
Okay,
Officer.
so I'm well, and I'll open the door for you because I still don't know why we hate you. So I don't actually hate you. So I open the door and I'm like,
yeah, it's good to finally meet you. Thanks for letting me in.
And I close the door real quick because I also don't want Eva to be mad at me. So close the door.
Okay, cool. Shh, keep it a secret. Okay, so we still want to do the whole assembly thing, which I think is great. We should get the whole school there, and we just gotta get everybody really excited about school.
Okay, that's not super helpful. We already came up with these ideas. I already came up with these ideas.
I'm just saying we need to start writing this down because we can't put a report on our desk.
Did you bring a pen and paper? Because you could do that yourself.
But I didn't know because I wanted to talk to all of you. I didn't want to do everything myself. We might have more ideas.
Okay. Ada, do you have a pen and paper for Kimberly to write down? gonna
I
assume that's a
probably
yes.
shouldn't write down. My handwriting's awful.
Really? Even when like signing things?
Yeah, I kind of do, like, you know how, like, doctors sign stuff with, like, the scribbles? That's what I do, so...
Fine. I have
can
really.
write.
Oh, thank you, Larissa.
Right.
You're already being
Yeah,
a
anything for
great,
you. Anything for you.
productive member.
See, Larissa
Yeah.
can be
of
the
unlike
scribe.
some people.
Okay.
Look, I'm the one that's trying to get us to do things right now. You guys were just gonna, like, eat cookies and watch movies. And then you weren't even gonna eat the cookies that Ada made, which, like, come on. Ada's
I
cookies
just
are, like, super
lost
good.
my entire house. You're being super insensitive right now.
Okay, I kind of forgot about your house, so my bad. But,
It was the fire.
I didn't, because it was my house.
okay, gosh, I'm sorry. Look,
I got
I'm
her
just
new
saying.
clothes though.
Right.
Oh, you get for that. Okay. I like you, Larissa.
The pillbox hat is slowly sliding off to the side as Ava just kind of like wobbles through the room. It's quite clear that Ava feels very more chill than normal.
It's just.
Did you guys make like special cookies or something? Like
everything Ada makes is special.
Ada, what did you put on those cookies?
Love.
I didn't eat cookies.
Grandma's secret recipe.
Okay, so we're all here. So like, I don't know. We just gotta like. I just want to make everybody like super excited about school because that's like super important, right? I mean, that's why we're doing this so that we get like good grades. So we can.
I'm doing it for extra credit. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like we
I don't
gotta
really care about the school itself.
Well, yeah, but if the school wasn't there, you couldn't get good grades.
I could get good grades at any school.
But this school's better than the other schools. I mean, like we should really lean into the Pioneer Academy versus Willow Bluff. Like we gotta emphasize that because that's what's gonna get people into school because they already like hate each other. So might as well just like make it worse so that we like our school better because we are better, obviously.
Not a bad idea. Leverage the competition, the rivalry.
Exactly. Like we should like compete and see who can get the better cumulative grade point average. And then we can totally rub it in their faces when we win because we're totally gonna win.
Obviously.
But then that makes everybody care about how they're doing in school and it makes the school look good. So then we get a little bit more pep in our pep club.
Yeah.
Does this seem like a good plan, Larissa?
I was just thinking, nothing brings people together more than tragedy. So what if we set the school on fire?
I mean, it's an idea. We'll put that in like Plan X in case things like don't work out, and we
we appreciate the brainstorm. Like, and no idea is a bad idea during this phase.
Yeah, no, exactly. Like it's all just going into the backup plans. But
Things
I mean,
fail. Fire never fails. Ask Eva.
I feel like that's a sensitive subject.
That was that's too soon, Larissa.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not around people a lot.
It's been like 6 hours. I mean, like I forgot about it, but like, ooh.
Get over it already.
About it.
I mean, I've already told Ada to get over me stabbing her. So
I know that's been like 2 weeks. Jeez.
yeah, you're like, geez, get over it. You're already dead. God.
Perfect. So, Larissa, are you scribing?
Yes.
So you do owe Ms. Vermillion a plan, like in the morning.
Oh, okay.
Saturday night, right?
Well, it's Sunday morning now.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So we have Sunday to write it, is what you're saying.
Sure.
Okay.
So you can certainly
wait, is
take
it
some.
set?
Go ahead.
I think
Sunday
it's
morning, 'cause
Saturday
it's-
morning, right?
No, it's 1:00 in the morning on Sunday because
Yeah.
I think we already went through Friday night.
I think that's right.
Oh yeah.
Or maybe
okay.
it's not. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Well, the sleepover was Saturday night, so it's Sunday morning right now because we're up late.
I think that's right.
Yeah, because we went into
So we owe
Saturday.
it to her Monday morning.
I just couldn't remember
My
because
party.
we went from
No, you're right. It's
Friday
Saturday.
night.
It's Saturday
Yeah,
morning
it's Saturday.
because all of
Yeah.
your stuff at the asylum was Friday night. So it's
Yep.
now early Saturday
And-
morning. So you have a day basically.
Oh my gosh, we can advertise the Pep Club at my party tonight.
Ah, yes.
You have a party?
Yeah, I throw lots of parties. They're like super fun. You should totally come.
the super
Yeah.
killer.
Yeah, wait.
They're killer? Like
Yeah.
Killer
someone died
parties.
at them?
No.
Oh, okay.
Well, there was that like weird thing that happened the other week, but we don't talk about that. I don't know. Somebody brought like this weird like I don't know, I think it was like energy drink stuff or something. It was kind of cool. Everybody like glowed, but I don't know. It was weird. Anyways.
So you have a party to prepare for. It sounds like a great opportunity to start building hype for the
Yes.
for the upcoming Pep Club rally.
It'll be great. We can all go and be like representatives. We can get people to sign up and like get people to start organizing things. Like we're showing that we're like already super proactive because we're like already getting it ready. We haven't even turned the report in. Like that's gotta look super good.
Yeah, we should definitely get a lot of volunteers. That way we're not putting everything together ourselves.
Yeah, we can do that tonight. We'll get signups.
Sounds like you have a plan. So, does anything else need to happen tonight before everyone pretends to sleep except for Kim? Because Kim actually has to sleep.
Interesting if Kim does sleep.
Right, she's gonna like she knows Ada's dead. She assumes the other like you and Larissa. She thinks they're normal.
So is Kim gonna sleep over?
I mean, yeah, she's already here. Unless Ada kicks her out, then she'll probably go sleep in the Grand Marquis in the front yard.
Kim's gonna be the
we won't
first one to fall asleep at the sleepover, guys.
It's true.
No.
Give you Sharpies, Ada? Maybe
Oh,
a cup of warm water?
Commence all sleepover pranks.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm the only person that sleeps.
So when Kim wakes up in the morning, what does Kim find?
Oh, she's gonna have like a mustache. I'm gonna give her a little gnome hat.
Okay.
Let's see.
I just want to point out I didn't do any of this, but I like just find it all so interesting. I've just been sitting by the wall like, ooh, this is strange.
I assume Ada too, while they're awake, probably they had a conversation
Maybe.
about stuff. Probably. Maybe. And I would have pretended to sleep eventually.
Yeah, I probably would have told Larissa that Kim did the stabbing.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, okay. So now I know why we hate her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I also don't really have a lot of sympathy for you because I drowned in a grain elevator. So I'm just kind of like, yeah, we're dead. Like
Yeah,
that's
stuff happens.
I'm not like really mad at Kim. I'm like, yeah, it sucks. Like my cousin
Things
pushed me
happen,
in.
Knives in the backs.
Oh, your
falling
cousin
in the
cousin
grain
locked you in the
elevators.
grain elevator, and that's
Yeah,
why you
my
suffocated.
cousin pushed me in. Yeah.
Did you eat your
no.
cousin?
Yeah, my cousin disappeared for sure.
Okay. Okay.
Respect.
Perfect.
Shortly thereafter.
So, hijinks ensue that night. Kim You're going to need to spend some time scrubbing your face.
Very funny, guys.
Have I recovered from the Ambien?
Sure. Well, have you done anything that would relieve you of a condition?
I couldn't feed on Kimberly because those two are still awake.
Oh, and I'm like intently watching. Like I'm waiting for her to slip up or show any sign of anything. And I'm so intrigued. Because like I haven't met any other dead people aside from Ada. And I'm like real excited to meet other dead people. And I'm certain she's dead. I just don't know. I don't like know for sure, but I'm like 99%.
Would coffee help?
I don't know.
I don't really know either.
I mean, there's all kinds of things you could do. You could try to peer into the abyss.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Would she would she be able to like squeeze blood out of like packaged meat in the fridge?
Oh, like raw, yeah.
Probably.
It wouldn't
Like
be
if there were
very
some
like
steaks, would she be able to like
efficient, but
Yeah, for sure. Why not?
like the little thing at the bottom that collects all the grossness?
That weird styrofoam thing at the bottom that you can suck on it.
Like soak up.
It's like she's like drinking the juice out of the bottom like an otter pop.
Yeah.
So nasty.
Gross.
But yes.
We're like, what are you doing in there? You've been in the kitchen for a while. Are you bringing those milkshakes or what?
So, it is now the morning of Kim's party. What do? You all wake up in the morning.
maybe I'll try to gaze into the abyss just to try to see what my dad's up to.
Sure.
Because I'm worried.
As you
about
do,
it.
you hear some grumbling and rattling around in the kitchen as Ada's dad gets up, starts making breakfast. Probably pops his head in and goes, "Oh, there's more of you than I anticipated." He looks a little bit pale this morning.
Oh, we have Major Banes, right? Actually, let me do that.
Major Boons? Yeah.
Major Banes, yeah.
Okay.
You gonna bang yourself?
Because that was a very bad roll. It's plus dark, right?
Yes.
Okay, I got an 8.
Okay. So on an 8,
Didn't
are
share
the
my
visions
condition.
confusing and alarming? Or are they lucid and detailed, but they leave you with the condition drained?
Let's say lucid and detailed.
But you are drained.
But I'm drained because I'm.
So you're currently
I've been through a lot.
you're ambient and drained.
Yes.
Perfect.
It's fine. Oh,
and-
wait, it would have been a 7, right? Because I'm ambient too, so. I mean, it's still the same, but.
Yeah. Oh, you're right. Yes, the ambient would have deducted. But regardless, they are lucid and detailed. Your dad is, you're not quite sure where. The street signs are in French. And English. So you're guessing he's in Montreal. And it's a little bit of a montage, but he's in a club. And there are, I think in this vision, you realize that there are a few others like him there. But a lot of regular mortals. And then there's a special back room. And he goes in the back room, and there are a variety of mortals there. And it looks like he is spending his time building an army. You
Hope
get a
he's doing
glimpse.
something else in Canada too.
You get a glimpse of a conversation where he explains to some associate that you've never met that his plans and his position in Willow Bluff are under threat. So he has to build up his strength and return in force.
Uh-oh. Okay. I'm sure it's fine.
Yes. He's convinced that... and I will even say that he mentions someone asks about you. And he mentions that he left you behind because it would be suspicious to pull you out of school in the last few weeks. But he plans to send you off to a boarding school so that you're out of the way while he takes care of business.
Cool. Okay. I'm gonna send him a quick text and be like, hey, just a reminder. The entity is influencing people. Normal people and not normal people to do things. Just like Max's mom.
Sure. You get back K.
Yep, where?
Single letter K. Lowercase.
Where are you, Ava, right now? While you're doing this?
Probably just wherever I'd fallen asleep or pretended to fall asleep, like as everyone's getting up.
Yeah, in Ada's room.
Okay, so okay. I'm trying to see if I can get. I'm gonna look for an opportunity to get Ava by herself again.
Easy enough. So
I'd probably go help my dad make breakfast, and I'm like, we'll need a little bit.
Breakfast.
Yeah. Oh, that's good and exciting.
Yeah.
For Ada to try not to be passive aggressive too much in front of her dad.
Yes.
It's being a total suck up. Well, let me help you with that. Here, I can do the dishes.
And I'm all like, we only need a little bit of food because we're going out to eat later. Knowing that in my mind, two of us aren't really going to eat very much of this.
Yeah. He pulls out the bacon and it's like, oh, someone's been in this already. It's like all the juices have been sucked out of it. Oh well, that's fine. Someone's sucking on raw bacon? Gross. Is that a new teen thing? You girls are so strange. Anyway, slaps it in a frying pan. But he's in a decently good mood. So he just pshaws. And it's like, oh no, I gotta, you growing girls, gotta send you out there into the world with a hearty breakfast. He probably finds the attention from Kim somewhat flattering. Anyway. So yes, Ava and Larissa are now alone.
Okay, I'm creep styling on it, and I'm gonna be like, Ava, you should tell me what you are. I'll tell you what I am. I'm undead. I died in a grain elevator. I got pushed in by my cousin. I drowned in grain. Do you know what that's like? I drowned in grain. And look, I'm alive again. You know what else? I eat people. That's what I do. Dead people. It doesn't matter. You should tell me what you are because that's what I am.
I think you're trying to turn her on in the weirdest way possible. So I would like you to roll to turn someone on.
I was going to say, I'm using ending, which is one of my moves.
Oh, okay.
I tell them about my death. I give them the condition morbid, and I roll to turn them on with cold.
Awesome.
So you have the condition morbid.
So you now have
Great.
drained, ambient, and morbid.
And you're morbid. Okay, so I get to roll cold, which is +2. Okay.
We have lots of boons.
Oh no, are you kidding me? I'm gonna need all kinds of boons. I just rolled a double 1.
You should spend a major on that.
Okay, let's do it. Does that mean I can just re-roll?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
Or you could just re-roll one of the dice.
No.
Fine.
No, get out of here. All right, I got a 6 and a 1.
All right.
Plus.
Plus
so
2.
can I plus
Well-
2?
Yep.
So 9. Can I re-roll one?
You could use a minor boon to kick it up to a 10.
Yeah, let's do that. Got her.
So what happens on a 10? Is it just the same as turn someone on?
Yeah, it's just the same move, but I get to roll it with cold.
Okay,
Because
well,
I am not hot.
you take a string on Ava.
Nice.
And
Wait, if she has 2 strings on me, does that mean we just get rid of one of them? Mm-mm. Oh, it's just a separate string. Okay.
yeah, you now have a string on her, which you
But I
can.
can't hypnotize you anymore.
Yeah, she can't hypnotize you, and you can pull it at any time for benefits.
Got you.
You could pull that string now if you would like to convince her to tell you the truth.
Yeah, I do want to do that.
Ava,
I'll be like, listen, my truth, your truth can't be worse than my truth. Tell me who you are. What are you?
Okay, that was a lot of information, most of which I already knew. I mean, clearly you tried to eat me. That raised some questions. I'm really not supposed to tell people this, but like you already know, right?
I know. I'm 99% sure. I just need you to confirm it.
Say it.
Say it. I need to hear it from you.
Look, I'm not allowed to tell people. So why don't you tell me what you think? And if it's not, I'll say no.
Well, from the bite mark and the quick healing and the fact that you were totally trying to suck on that bacon, I never took my eyes off you. I saw you with that steak. I'm going to say you're a vampire. Is that right? Are you a vampire?
I need you to like not spread that theory around though.
Okay, no. Yeah, totally. Anything you need. Also, question, can vampires turn ghouls?
I don't know. I've never tried. I don't know anyone that's tried. You're the first ghoul I've ever met.
We should Google it. Like, not right now, but I'm just saying at some point.
Or maybe you just
I
try.
don't know if that would be on Google. But I guess we could try that.
I mean, we could just try it too. I don't care. I'm dead.
Well. So I have rules. I'm not allowed to unless I get it approved. So.
Oh, okay. Well, let me talk to your manager.
She's
I'm just
away
kidding. I'm just
at the
kidding. I'm
moment.
kidding. It's fine. And then I'm really awkward and I'm like, okay, bye. And I just run out.
Okay, remember what I said. Don't.
Oh,
that means
everything for you.
too.
I mean, anything. I gotta go.
I'm following her because I don't trust her. Oh my God, guys, guess what?
I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to tell anyone, but at some point I'm probably going to let it slip to Ada. It's just going to happen.
It's not your secret to tell, Larissa.
But not right now. No. Totally. I totally would keep that secret forever. Do anything for you forever.
Well, I like that. Can ghouls be familiars?
I mean, she can be familiar.
Oh.
Ava just has a ghost and a ghoul being like, I love you so much. You're so cool. Let's hang out forever.
But Ava has already friend zoned Ada. Ava thinks Larissa's kind of hot / cold in a morbid way.
They can bite each other.
It only took a few boons.
Right?
Yeah. Like 7. I was like, do we have more boons? I need more boons.
We do have tons.
Wait, Larissa.
Yes.
So you eat people, like, is that like how often?
Well, like whenever I can. If I can't, if I can't eat what I need, then well, I didn't want to tell you this, but because I was really trying to impress you, but I ate the person that was wearing your outfit. Because sometimes when you get desperate, you just need a little snack. There's lots of people in the ground.
I totally get it. Look,
Okay.
I just drained bacon. Like raw bacon. Like, I get it.
Oh my God, it feels so good to be seen. Okay, yeah.
So what if like
that's a dead
somebody
person
slipped up and like drained someone of all their blood? Would you be able to clean it up by like,
Oh yeah, I could make short work of that, no problem.
This is the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
Just a friend. Okay.
Relation,
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah. Okay.
it's just a thing.
I run away again.
I would say your heart is beating a mile a minute, but it doesn't beat.
I'm like, yeah, I don't have a heart, but if I did, it would be bumping out of my chest.
Kimberly's gonna disappear.
Oh dear.
I'm just kidding.
Ooh.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
So, a very awkward breakfast ensues,
Where no one eats.
except for Kim.
I'm like, this is amazing.
I can pretend to eat. It just doesn't taste. Everything
can
tastes like
eat.
dirt compared to blood.
Yeah, and I can eat. Like it's still meat to me, but
true.
it's just not. Yeah, I think it's like my darkest self, ultimate hunger is like flesh.
Yeah.
But I can eat other things too.
Yeah.
Technically, I'm still drained, so I'm probably having a few issues.
Yeah. You're just pretending to shovel it in, and then like your dad just seems to be oblivious, as you can very faintly see through your slightly translucent form as little chunks of like pancakes or whatever just like fall through you and slap into the center of your chair. Good news is you have a dog.
That'll take care of that.
Yeah. You've got this routine down.
I'm just kind of sticking with bacon. Just nom, bacon.
Yes. So,
Hey, Larissa.
Yeah.
Can I have your phone number?
Oh yeah.
Cool. Just figure we should, since we're all in the Pep Club, we should have each other's phone numbers.
Yeah. Totally. Yeah. Here, you want to text me so then I have yours?
Yeah.
Oh,
And
okay.
I'm going to text her, distract Ada.
Okay.
Kimberly,
Yeah.
I think I have some ideas I want to run by you real quick.
Oh my god, great.
Yeah. Actually, while you help me find something suitable to wear from Ada's closet. Come on.
Okay, yeah, let's go.
Do the same thing, lock the door behind.
Ada does.
That breakfast wasn't good enough.
Ada does try to
Sorry.
follow you because you're going to her room to go through her closet.
But
Again.
I'm like, Ada.
Yeah?
Ada.
Yeah?
Can we talk real quick? I'm really having a hard time with like this whole like, second life thing.
I
Can we have,
presume
like,
my
a
dad has
deep
left at this point.
conversation?
yeah. He goes for a jog every morning.
Can we have a really deep conversation about this like existential crisis?
Yeah, that sounds like a really fun thing for a
How you're
Saturday
probably
morning.
also projecting it onto Ava, and that's why
Yeah.
there's something else, but she's definitely not.
We do that.
Okay.
Yeah, we're having a really in-depth conversation about just the trials and tribulations of being dead.
Yes.
Especially when you're forced to work with the person that murdered you.
Yeah. Yeah, we do have a conversation about that too.
Meanwhile,
Yes.
Kim's just like, oh my god, you like, Eva, I'm not gonna lie, you have like the best ideas out of everybody in the group. So I'm like really glad that we're talking about this because I feel like we're like the only people that care because Ada's still like caught up on the like her stepper thing. So, and the rest is just weird. Like she's cool, I think she's great, but she's weird, right? Like she's weird. You think she's weird, right?
I think it's kind of endearing in a way. Why don't you look at the clothes, just scan look to see what's happening, and I'm going to use Hypnotize, and with a minor boon, I could get to a 10.
Okay.
So you don't go crazy.
I mean, why not? Just give me a knife. It'll be fine. You're all undead anyways.
Oh no!
What could I do? Stab you again?
I'll just start eating everything you stab. It's fine.
I mean, I don't think you could eat Ada.
And I'm gonna drink from her forearm and yeah.
Sure.
Get down.
It's kind of like Diet Coke. It's like it's similar to Coke, but there's some weird, like there's clearly something missing. It's like caffeine-free Diet Coke. It's like, why? It's like Coke adjacent.
Yeah, why?
It's like you don't get the sugar rush or the caffeine.
Just drinking brown water, man.
Basically.
I have these conditions forever.
Yeah. I mean, it turns out that if you don't have a soul, some vital nutrient isn't
Has
passed
it at
along.
least diluted the Ambien at all?
No.
If I needed more reason to not like him, use it.
Look, I thought it was like I still got to have it, but it was like I was like paying it off or whatever. But I don't know. I didn't read the terms and conditions. Okay, I just hit accept.
It's on escrow, you know.
Yeah.
You put it on loan. It's your collateral.
Yeah, and also what I'm bargaining is for. It's fine.
It's like you have an NFT for your soul. You can show people.
You got a screenshot of my soul.
Yeah, you don't actually have it. Pietro has it, but you have a token.
Well, you still get to mark experience, and I'm gonna, like the wound, have it heal up, and then I'm gonna drop it, and I'm just gonna leave you in the room. I'm gonna just grab whatever out of Ada's stuff, and
You didn't even tell me your ideas. Where are you going?
we need to go shopping.
I mean, I guess you don't want a new outfit before the party tonight, but like, I thought you had
Something
ideas.
like school colors.
Oh, you're right. We should totally color code. That's perfect.
Tonight can be an impromptu pep rally.
Yeah.
Cool.
That'd be great. I'll send out a text to the massive group chat and just let everybody know.
So are you going to Radical Threads with a Z to go shopping? I mean, that's where all the teens tend to go. Or you could go to N, which is a little bit more upscale, fancier
They don't
version.
let you into N without a parent or guardian, because of the probably shoplifting.
That's
of
true.
like the 5 teens that do that here in town.
Yeah.
So we go to Radical Threads.
Perfect. I assume Ava is driving, because you still have your car.
Mm-hmm.
Does Larissa have a car?
No, and she has no money.
Well, I mean, there's a
She's
pawn
got
shop in
nothing.
town. And considering the number of gold teeth and wedding rings and fancy watches and stuff that you probably have hoarded, you can have money if you would like.
Okay.
Either that or you just have a weird
So
hoard
I'm
of...
actually probably going to have to make a run before we go to the store, and then I'll show up with money and get in the car.
Yeah.
It's fine. Ava and Ada can go in Ava's car, and then I can take you, Larissa.
Sounds great.
Okay.
My car's only a 2-seater is the problem.
Yeah, all right. I'll go with Kim.
Swing by the culvert you live in, pull out a sack of gold teeth and watches, retirement watches and stuff.
And then I'm like, we got to go to the pawn store real quick. She's like, what
Okay.
is going on?
Naka's just like, oh my god, I'm jealous. Like, how did you manage to do that?
Normally, I would I just don't want, Ada to be riding with her murderer. So.
No, yeah, I know. That's what I figured. I was like, well, there's really no other way we could do this. But she's still really disappointed she can't ride with Ava. But yeah, so she goes to the pawn shop and she turns in all these teeth and watches and gets, a couple hundred just to have some spending money.
Yeah, you don't even haggle. Because it's a nearly limitless resource, so you get several $100s.
So he's like, how about 400? And it's probably worth more than that, but I'm like, yeah, that's fine.
Cool. So now you're rich.
Money. Now I got all kinds of monies. It's a job.
Cool.
That's a great way to do it. I just asked my parents. Just on my credit card. You could have said something, Larissa. I totally would have got you an outfit.
Oh no, it's fine. It's a job. I have my money.
Yeah,
it's an interesting job.
No, I work at the pawn shop, and that was actually my paycheck. They pay in cash.
Oh, but like. Never mind. It's fine.
Okay, it's fine. No, that wasn't a bag of teeth. I didn't have a bag of teeth, It's fine.
Yeah, that's weird that they let you take it out of the pawn shop and then you have to bring it back and they pay you for it.
Yeah, it's real weird. It's like a fostering program.
Oh, are you guys doing that thing where it's they can just leave it on the doorstep and you go pick it up and then you pay them? Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah,
it's a delivery system.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Uber pawns. Yeah.
I just realized, should I be driving right now?
No.
Probably not.
Well, I didn't realize that. So
you're just driving very slowly and cautiously.
Kind of weaving, just
weaving a little bit, obeying every traffic sign, coming to a stop at a red and then it turns
just
to green
chill.
and then someone honks and you're like, oh, okay. Yeah. Very relaxed.
Are you okay, Ava?
What?
You're just driving a little differently than you did yesterday?
Well, I thought my dad was burning alive yesterday, so.
Oh. No, we saw him leave the hospital, though. He's fine.
Yes, well, exactly. He's fine now, so I'm driving safely.
Oh, okay. No, but I mean, even before your house was on fire.
Do you want me to drive recklessly? I know you're dead, but I'm not.
Okay, that's fair. The light's green.
Oh.
Which means it takes Ava and Ada a little bit longer to get to Radical Threads, so you all meet up at Radical Threads at about the same time. It is Saturday.
Probably tuned out and missed a few turns.
Right. It is Saturday, so there are a number of kids shopping. This is one of the places where kids from the Willow Park School and Pioneer Academy kind of are forced to run into each other.
This should be good. Guys, what if we we have the party tonight or whatever, but what if we get tensions amped up early on and cause a scene?
Wait, right now?
Yeah, I mean, we should probably buy our stuff first so that we're not in the middle of a fist fight or something, but we could totally instigate after we check out.
Why can't we just all get along,
Yeah, I was kind of zoning out when you were talking about the plan. Are you sure you want to start a fight between schools? Is that really the best way to hype up our own school?
Ada, there already is a fight, and everybody in our school thinks that they're better because we are, so we should just make sure that everybody knows that, and then that makes people excited to go to our school because we're better. That's how you get pep.
So while they're talking about this, I only heard her say the first thing about starting a ruckus, and in an effort to serve, because as a ghoul, I just really want to serve the people around me and stuff. I have already started walking towards the other school with my arms out, just like Edward Scissorhands style, and I'm just making guttural noises at them, and they're over there. That's what I start doing, and then while they're having this whole debate.
So you're having this conversation. You are distracted by that until you realize that there is a bit of a ruckus, as Larissa very weirdly advances upon a group of to make it even more awkward, seniors from the Willow Park School. Townies, as it were.
Oh my god, look at this top. This is great.
Oh my god, it's like so sparkly. It's totally you, Ava.
Carissa is. I try tapping them on the shoulder, but my hands go through.
What, Ada? It's like really weird when you do that. You're like really cold.
Just vibing.
Yeah, she's being weird. Larissa, what are you doing?
I turn around and realize nobody's doing what I'm doing, and I'm like, oh, so not now, and I just like walk back to the store, leaving the people I was doing that to just like really confused.
Right. Do you also invite them to the party?
No, but I say, sorry, I'm nervous. I'm going to a party tonight at Kimberly's house. I have anxiety. And I just run away.
It's not actually at my house.
Oh, wait, where is it? I say where it is.
I don't know. Random person's house.
Could be back at Jeremy's house.
Yeah, sure, Jeremy's house.
Because the last one went so well.
Yeah, we're trying again.
Right.
Yeah, but I say it in passing. So I'm not inviting them, but I tell them exactly where the party is.
Yeah.
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 And then I run away, and they're like, really? But they're like, wait, what does my descriptor say? They're drawn to me because I'm very weird.
Right.
They're like, we need to find out more about this weirdo.
Yeah. It's
So strange.
I'm beguiling.
This is the entertainment we're having at the party.
Yeah.
It's weird.
It'll be like this. It's great.
Cool. So, what outfits do you buy?
Did you say we were dressing in the school colors?
Yes.
I'm buying like a lot of clothes.
Right.
Oh, right, because your house burnt down.
Yes. I'm buying
What are the Pioneer Academy school colors?
That's a good question.
I have internet issues. Am I back?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Maybe white, black, red.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that because sort of American.
That's very on the nose.
Sure.
I mean,
A cape
you know.
Black and red with white accent. Yep.
with really like deep cleavage. You're like, you buy a like Morticia outfit.
These are also my high school colors, so.
Okay. Then Willow Park is green and gold.
That would look so good on me in real life. I'm going to say that I buy just like a really like just like a crew neck, like jersey style, just long, straight down black dress with like slightly belled, really long sleeves. It's just like a very long, thin bag. And I'm like, this feels comfortable.
Okay.
It's important. I'm buying clothes to wear out of the store, clothes for the party, and then a few outfits for like the week until I can go shopping again.
Yes.
I think Kim's getting like black shredded jeans and then like a red crop top.
Cool. A crop top.
Yep, crab tip.
Perfect. You're welcome, Nerder.
Ada,
yes.
Ada finds a cute dress that's like white with a red checkered pattern or something like that.
Oh, like
polka
Figure out
dots.
or gingham.
Yellow
with
polka dots. Yeah.
Yeah.
White with red polka dots. Yeah.
White with red polka dots and a little black patent leather belt and black patent leather shoes.
I forgot the red, so I'm wearing red Chuck Taylors.
Okay.
And a black bag.
Perfect.
Oh, I have pair of red shoes, black shoes, white shoes, a different pair of black shoes. Like,
So you're
Larissa, can you carry some of this?
Yes. Yes, I can.
so as Ava clears out the stock, it's conspicuous consumerism. A bunch of the slightly weirded out kids from the Willow Park School are now grumbling a bit because you're just buying everything. Talk about how
My house just burned down.
spoiled and stuck up those Pioneer Academy kids are.
Can I hear them say that?
Yeah.
I'm gonna walk up to them and be like, "Excuse you, my house just burned down."
Buy a new one.
Okay, at this point, I step in because I'm mad that they're talking to you that way. Can I punch people? Am I allowed to do that in this game?
You can certainly lash out physically.
I just want to just one single punch right to the jaw of whoever said it to her.
All right. I would like you to lash out physically. That is roll with volatile.
Oh, no, not volatile. This is not going to go well. Okay. All right, here we go. Oh, I got an 11 and my volatile's -1, so 10.
Well, all right. You deal them harm and choose one. The harm is great, so you can deal 2 harm. You gain 1 string on them, or they need to hold steady before they can retaliate during the scene.
I'm going to do great harm. Is that death? Does that mean death?
Well, we'll find out.
Oh, no.
You might do a murder, man.
Okay,
These are
listen, if I
people.
do, though, it's fine. I'll eat it. I'll let we'll just grab the body, run out. You can drain the blood, and then I'll eat the flesh. Nobody will know. It's fine.
I mean, that sounds like a good plan that you're going to need to enact because 2 harm is enough to kill a regular mortal.
Okay, wait a minute. Can I take it back? Instead of 2 harm, can I do the third one? What was the third one?
I think it's a little late.
Oh, dang, dude. I killed a mortal. Okay.
Oh no, I can't just like hypnotize everybody. I have 3 conditions.
Right. Well, the good news is because I'm kind,
Okay.
it is not apparent that you have murdered them yet. All people see is this weird girl from the ring, but somehow inexplicably attractive, come forward and just like punch this kid in the throat. And then they and fall down. And the others like freak out and run away.
They all left him?
Yeah.
That's bad. All right, I throw him over my shoulder.
Yeah, I mean,
and run out.
you're. I mean, Scary Mary just attacked. They do not want a piece of that.
I forget about that. I did choose double harm. Yeah, can I just like brute strength them over my shoulder and just run out?
Sure.
Okay. I know it looks a little weird, but I'm gonna run out and be like, I'm taking him to the hospital.
Sure.
Just run out.
Well, and
Throw him into Kimberly's car.
well,
Yeah.
you were also quite familiar with the storm drains and sewers around town.
Oh yeah, I'm a creep.
Oh, I can drive you to the hospital with them. They could just
Okay.
like lay down on the middle console.
Okay.
Okay. So you
We're teaching you
bundled this
Kimberly to go.
Yeah.
obviously dead person.
I
Into the
just
car.
I give Kimberly a bunch of cash and the clothes I want, and I just run out.
Okay. So you
Buy me these.
you weekend at Bernie's this senior on the football team, and then do what?
Well, I will probably, she'll probably drink his blood, and I'll probably eat him.
We'll go to somewhere a little more remote. I don't want blood.
Yeah, no, I will show her where I'll be like, I know a place, and I'll take her down to the sewers.
Okay.
This is where I take everybody for our first date, and we go down to the sewers, like to where like not like sewers, but like the 2B things,
Yeah.
you know.
Yep.
And then we're out of sight. We can do whatever we need to do.
So there's a Lady in the Tramp moment. As Ava's sucking on one arm and you're eating the other.
That's funny. Yeah, so now we're both like good to go for this party. Maybe we won't have to eat anyone later.
Well, yes. Yeah, you can each clear a condition.
I don't think I have one.
I'm getting rid of ambient.
Yes.
You're tired of being pleasant and chill?
I still have morbid and trained.
Yes.
I don't have any conditions, I don't think.
Then you're good.
Okay.
You do, however, notice. It's been a while since you were in the storm drains here in town. By a while, I mean, a few weeks. And there are a lot of like scrapes and scuffs and gouges in the stone and concrete. The pipes have fresh scoring on them, so something has rasped up against them, knocking away the decades of rust and grime and creating bright lines down to the bare metal. It's on the floor, it's on the sides, it's on the ceiling.
Weird. I mentioned to Ava how weird it is. I've never noticed it before, and I don't think it was there before.
Does it look like a fight happened, or like something like big caused it?
Like something very, very large squeezed its way through.
I don't know if you knew this, but this town had werewolves in it.
What?
Yeah. This girl, Max, was a werewolf.
Oh,
She broke her mom out of prison and ran off somewhere, I assume out of town. But maybe she changed in here once.
Oh.
These
are werewolf claw marks?
I don't know.
It goes to the extent of your vision. It's not localized to this one area.
It looks to me like a long razor twisty worm went through here or something. If that was a thing.
God,
Like imagine a screw, but like on a worm.
No, I get it, I think.
Oh, okay. No, but like if like a snake had like grooves in it like a screw does.
Right. Yes.
You know what I mean?
No, yeah, I got it. But what would that be?
A screw worm.
Okay.
Oh, you mean like in real life?
Yes.
Oh, I don't know. We could Google it. I pull out my phone and start Googling. Oh, I probably don't have a phone. I tell her, I'm like, can I have your phone?
We exchanged numbers earlier.
Oh, no,
so
I do have a phone. Okay, it's like a Cricket Mobile, like flip phone, but it's not a smartphone. I can only text and call.
Yeah, I'm not incognito mode in Google. Like weird cryptic creatures that are like large.
Worm.
Yeah.
Well, first you get a bunch of hits on Google of like various different
Google.
tropical parasitic infections and things like that. They don't seem to fit the bill. But then you search giant worms, razor, things like that. Yeah. I think you do an image search. And
I look for a screw-like worm.
Right. And just a variety of things. And because Google is smart, Google shows you some pictures of long serpentine creatures.
Well, would you look at that?
You add
Yeah.
like underground
All the web
and
pages?
things like that. Yeah. Dragons.
What if it was one of those?
Honestly, at this point in this town, I wouldn't put it past them.
I know. We're just a couple of dead gals talking in a sewer drain, you know? It's pretty wild when you think about it.
Feasting on the flesh of your most recent kill. You know.
Oh, yeah. We'll tell him that we dropped him off at the hospital and he was fine on intake. That's what we're going to tell everybody.
Loris eating bones. Like, what are those things? The dip and stick things?
Yeah.
Fun dip.
Yeah, fun dip. Exactly. Pretty soon there's nothing left but a pair of sneakers.
Okay, well, we should probably get back. That way we're not, like, gone for too long.
Oh, no, yeah. I mean, it does take a little while to get to the hospital, and we did just go underneath the mall pretty much. But I think the consuming process will, kind of mimic how long it would have taken us to take him to the hospital.
Sure. So not that
we
long
clean
later.
up.
Yeah.
We have to clean up probably a little bit. And and then we pop back into the mall.
Yes. As you're cleaning up the debris, scattering it around, you notice something glinting in the
Check it out.
near darkness. It is a scale.
Oh, I put it in my pocket.
It's a little large to fit in your pocket.
Okay,
It's somewhere between like a saucer and a dinner plate.
I
Whoa.
put it in my shirt,
Okay.
like at my belly.
Okay.
It's like right here.
And then climb back out of the storm drain. Mm-hmm. What do you do?
I'm probably going to show it to Eva. Look what I found.
What is that?
I think it's from the screw worm.
I think worms have scales.
Well, I'm just going to call it screw worm, but you know what I mean.
Okay. I wonder if Kimberly's dad's books have anything on this creature.
Is Kimberly's dad, I don't really know Kimberly. Does Kimberly's dad, is he like into like things like the occult or like
Yeah, the
like
occult.
weird
for sure.
things? Oh,
Well,
the occult? Cool.
I mean, that's how Kimberly got into it.
oh,
I don't know how much
that
you know
makes
about
sense.
that whole situation.
No, I heard about the stabbing. Ada told me about the stabbing, and I was like, that's unfortunate. But you know what? At least she and I have things to talk about now. Well, I mean, we used to only talk about math, which is really great. Don't get me wrong. But, like, it's really nice to have something else also.
I get that. Kind of ruined it for me because I was kind of like grooming her to be my familiar.
Mm-hmm.
But then
Ooh,
Kimberly
what's a
ruined it.
familiar?
It's kind of like a human person that like serves the vampire.
Oh, I
And
wish
it's-
I got a familiar.
Yeah, and usually it's under promise that they'll eventually be turned.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I Googled that, and I don't think it's possible. Everything that I read says that ghouls don't have the right kind of blood, and it doesn't make a difference because they're already dead. I was
Yeah,
really
no
upset about
offense.
it.
But your blood is really...
I'm so sorry. I know, but I mean that's kind of on you. Like, you bit me.
Right, but my house burned down. So, like, normally I have a supply.
That's true.
How are you going to milk that one? I mean, it was last
Yeah,
night.
no kidding.
Jeez.
It's a bitch, and I
Oh,
lost everything I own.
You're worse
Yeah,
than Ada.
Yeah, that's
I'm just trying to milk, being dead all the time. But I
She
mean,
lost
bring
her
your house
life,
right now
but she's
too.
basically still alive anyway. She barely lost anything.
Yeah, I cough out grains sometimes, which is kind of gross also. I just wanted to throw that out there since you already know how gross my blood is. Anyway, the point is, I think that that I'm sad that Ada died, but I am glad that she died also. I don't know. I don't really have feelings anymore. I'm trying to think of what a regular human would feel during this, because honestly, I'm like, yeah, you're dead. Like, get over it. Because guess what? I'm dead. You know, we're all dead. It's fine.
Kind of. Okay, let's go back to them. Let's see what they have to say about this, because maybe it's related. Who knows?
Oh yeah, true. And if Ada knows or if Kimberly knows what her dad knows, maybe she'll know what the scale is. And if she knows what the scale is, maybe Ada won't be so mad at her anymore. Because it's like, that was 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I would have filled in Larissa basically on everything with the whole Mia situation. Because if she knows what I am, whatever. She can know whatever.
Yeah.
At this point, so.
Will Larissa kill the cousin who killed her?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just checking in on how one gets over this.
Yeah.
Well, listen, that was like immediate, though. You know? That wasn't 2 weeks later. It was the next day.
Yeah, Ada just found out who killed her.
Yeah.
It is the next day. Anyway.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you want to kill her, we can kill her. I'm down with that, too. But I'm going to eat her.
But we might need her for now.
Okay. Well, you just say the word and I'll eat whatever you tell me to eat. I didn't mean it like that. I meant like dead bodies.
I mean, I am dead.
Oh, wow. That one wasn't me. That one was SJ.
Are you guys gonna make out in the sewer?
Oh,
that what's
yeah,
gonna
maybe. No, because if we make out, I'm gonna be hungry again, and we just ate, so
Yeah.
we got to get out of the sewer.
I mean, you've had the romantic dinner. We'll see what happens after.
This is why they give me cold, so that I can roll cold when I feel like I'm about to eat somebody.
Cool. So you return to Radical Threads. Kim and Ada
Wherever Kimberly and Ada have gone, because if they're in the mall, they're probably walking around other stores.
Yeah, there's
like
not like a galleria. There's
They might be at the food court.
there are a number of little like pop-up shops. It's a little pedestrian friendly shopping district here in Willow Bluff.
Sunglasses kiosk.
Yes, exactly. You know, fake perfumes, various different things that kids might like. So there is a little bit of a farmer's market kind of in the square nearby. So there's a little bit of shopping that you can do, but it's not difficult to find Kim and Ada. So you're back together. What do you do?
Cool.
Hey, we're
You
back.
guys are back.
Yeah, we dropped. I'm so sorry about that. I dropped him off, and I think he's actually going to be all right. So yeah, here we are.
You
We're
burp and a
back.
tooth flies out.
Anyway, we're here. Bye.
Yeah.
Hi.
Welcome back. Glad you're back.
Yeah. Well, I'm excited about wearing this outfit. It's a
I just
little more.
realized we
here's your
can't really
clothes.
explain where we found the scale. Because I was about to be like, oh, we found this. And they'd be like, where? Like,
Well, we should go here. Okay. All right. I have a plan for this. I still have the scale in my shirt, right?
Yep.
Okay. Oh, do you guys ever go to the weird that weird shop in the corner that no one ever goes to? Sometimes there's cool stuff there. I'm just going to pop in. You guys don't have to come with me. It's kind of a weird place.
Remains to be seen, the curio shop.
Yeah. And so I go into that shop and then I come back out without doing anything. And I'm like, yo, look what I found in there. And it's the scale. And I ask Kim, yo, Kim, have you seen anything like this? Ada, have you ever seen something like this? What do you think it is? The guy in the shop had no information on it.
looks like it's from like a creature.
It does.
Probably like super fake or something.
Yeah, you think so? You don't think maybe it's like from like a screw worm?
I mean, give it a
It's
tap,
screw
right?
worm.
Like a screw, but it's a worm.
What?
I've never
anyway,
heard of that
like a
before.
creature that,
And
you know.
I thought, don't worms not have scales though?
Oh,
They're kind of like
right.
really squishy.
Well, it's like a screw worm, but it's a dragon.
Dragon? Yeah, I mean, it looks like it could be a dragon scale, but dragons aren't real.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Neither are like ghosts
Yeah,
and demons.
I
and
forgot
other
that things were really ridiculous.
Oh.
I mean, look, I can buy all of that, but a dragon, like, come on, guys. You totally got duped, Larissa.
Wait. A dragon. A dragon is known for hoarding things. Things like gold.
Yeah.
And people are losing important things like phones and stuff, and I guess girlfriends.
Thanks for reminding me.
You're welcome, Kim. Like, wouldn't a dragon, like, hoard things? Wouldn't you take things that are valuable? Like people don't go around
treasures?
carrying bags of gold nowadays. But
Kim looks pointedly at Larissa.
Yeah, no, that doesn't happen very much at all.
But like we have
Oh
other
my God,
things that are
this is a
valuable.
dragon. I figured it out.
I'm the screw worm. No.
That's Kim's new theory. She's just gonna pocket that one.
Have you seen anything like that in any of the books, Kimberly?
No.
I mean, to be fair, you were just skimming. However, you could certainly gaze into the abyss if you would like.
Sure.
Maybe you could ask your friend about it, if he knows of anything like that.
I mean, I guess. I don't know. See, but I can figure it out.
Or Kim could remember the last night when she saw something with large eyes and a
she's
long,
not gonna tell you
skinny
about
screw
that.
worm body.
Look, I can't tell you about that. I learned my lesson from the last one. All right, that is an 11.
Ah, all right. That is quite good. So, let us go up here. So, you choose two. Your visions are lucid and detailed. They show you what you must do, or you carry one forward doing it, or they cure you removing a condition.
Like the visions to be lucid, and I'll take +1 forward.
All right. So, you cast your mind back to the research that you were reading. And even though you weren't paying much attention to it at the time, you are still quite smart, right? You just don't really pay attention, don't apply yourself. But you're able to recall that, yes, indeed, there are a variety of myths and legends about dragons, some of which they are representatives of like earth energy and they are guardians of nature. Some of which have them as greedy hoarders. They once ruled the world before mankind, and were largely wiped out as humanity expanded. But any that exist are probably still trying to regain their lordship. They view all other creatures as subservient to themselves.
Yeah, so...
They are often associated with places of power. Ancient crossings of ley lines. Places of
Power,
ritual
huh?
significance.
Alright, I'll relay what I know about dragons, but I'm still not letting on that I know that it's a dragon. I saw this cool information about dragons. I was like super into them when I was a kid.
Did it say anything about how to like defeat them?
It just said that they're like really powerful, so it's probably not a good idea to try to like kill it.
Well, you have a friend that's really powerful that can maybe help.
Well, yeah, but then we don't know where the horde is, and then Mia would like starve to death.
Okay, well, maybe you can just ask your friend to maybe, like, get you to the Horde or something.
It's probably, like, protected by magics or something. You're, like...
Your friend is
not
kind
thinking
of
about
useless,
this.
and I don't know why you would make deals with him when he really has nothing to offer.
Look, I want something else out of this deal that isn't, like, just getting me a bag. I mean, I want me a bag, don't get me wrong. Like, she's, like, the love of my life, obviously. But there's more to it, Ava. Jeez. Just sell my soul for that.
If it's centered on like a place of power, we could try to figure out where that is. There's only
If
a
it's
few.
at the asylum, I'm not going.
It
What's
might
at the
be
asylum?
ghosts mostly.
Oh,
Lots
cool.
and lots of
Not the
scary
cool
ones.
kind.
Oh,
Like,
Yeah, no,
not
they tried to, like,
creepy, scary.
stab me.
Yeah, that must have been so traumatic for you.
It was. Thank you, Ava.
Yeah.
Nobody else
Awkward.
understands.
Wow. Maybe the library has some information about
This is
ghosts.
what we were
I
talking
mean,
about last
dragons.
Yeah, I
You
see
guys
it
can't
now.
take a joke.
Yes. So, what is your plan? You have a party to prepare for.
Yeah, I need help getting ready for the party, guys. Like, doing research at the library sounds so fun, but we're supposed to be making a Pep Club too.
We could do both. I mean,
Yep.
What are school colors?
whatever.
Red, black, and a little bit of white.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, we could like make some like bags of licorice. Black and red licorice to give to people. Do people like licorice?
I mean, I guess we make, like, goodie bags, but
It's like
I mean,
kind
I'm
of a
sorry, I
kitty.
don't really go to parties. I haven't been to a party since grade school.
I don't think
so-
I've seen a goodie bag since like 5th grade, but
Well, checks
I mean,
out.
we can
then.
get, like, licorice for snacks and stuff, but I mean, we're gonna need, like, the good stuff. Not just
Oh,
Red velvet
Candy.
cupcakes with black frosting.
the good stuff.
red
you know,
and
I have
white,
different
someone will
definition
like
of good
it.
stuff. Oh,
I mean,
right,
obviously,
right.
we gotta get, the drinks and, like, extra food, and
It could be a
we gotta
black and white party for the
definitely-
most part, with like splashes of red to really pop.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that
There will
sounds
for sure be
great.
splashes of red. But so we have
Wait a
a
minute.
little shopping montage as you visit the Stop and Shop and the fancy village market, go by the bakery, pick up a whole bunch of stuff, loading up the back seat of Kim's car. Being very, I mean, it probably has a plastic cover on it, so you don't have to worry about the knitted Afghan getting anything on it. But there is time if you want to go by like the Paulson Library or go and consult Kim's books. But I'm going to say Jeremy expects you at his house before sundown to do the setup for the party.
We should go to the library. We read those books. You read Kim's dad's books a lot, and we're tired of reading them.
Yes. So, and this is one of the days where Phoenix is working. And I would say she probably eyes you suspiciously.
Who's Phoenix?
Phoenix is Gilly's age-inappropriate girlfriend.
Oh, yeah. I know Phoenix. Turns out I'm very intimate with Phoenix.
Phoenix
That's
is the
funny.
exchange student who stayed, and everyone kind of remembers from the Willow Park
Right.
school, but no one can remember very specifically because she was kind of brought into being by magic / a prophecy.
Yeah.
So everyone knows
I
Phoenix,
feel
but no.
strangely drawn to her for some reason.
Probably
I'm just
so.
kidding.
Okay,
But you're
so
free to do research if you would like.
Oh, is that what we're doing? Yeah, let's do some
Yeah.
research on
Yeah.
worms.
All right. Who would like to gaze into the abyss?
Ooh, I probably shouldn't. I'm just telling you.
It's a roll plus dark.
I mean, I can again.
Sure.
Yeah, I can. I haven't done much yet.
Okay. Ada.
Go, Ada.
This will go poorly, probably.
I still have 2 conditions, so.
Plus dark, you said, right?
Yes.
All right. And I have a condition still.
Yes.
All right. So the condition marks off the dark, so I'm at a 9 on the roll.
There are things you could do.
Is there a minor boon?
I am almost certain there is.
I would like to use a minor boon.
We can check with narrator buddy, but
Yeah, double check. 'Cause those will roll up.
yes, we have 3 minor boons.
Perfect. I'll use a minor boon.
All right.
Bump it up by 1 to a 10.
Excellent. Then you can choose, I believe it is 2. The visions, or in this case, the result of the research, is lucid and detailed, show you what you must do, and carry 1 forward, or they cure you, removing a condition. Choose 2.
I will take their lucid and detailed, and I'll cure condition.
Good. All right.
Get focused while reading it. It energizes me.
Yes. And your Phoenix is perfectly happy to let you consult. Not the weirdest of the weird books, but you express interest in mythology and dragons and history and things like that for a school project. And although she is somewhat suspicious, she shows you to the relevant section. And you do the research. And the clear impression that you get is that assailing a dragon in its lair is nigh impossible. It's a matter of drawing it out. Finding a way either by setting a fair maiden as bait, or otherwise attracting it with something that it covets, leading it away from its hoard and its place of strength so it can be vanquished. By, like a magic sword or powerful spells or lots of things that you don't necessarily have access to. Alternately, give them what they want. Eventually they become sated and sleep for centuries.
Hey, while we're doing this research, is there any historical records that talk about any of the incidents we ran across at the what the ghosts were talking about in the insane asylum that seem similar?
Yes. Periodically throughout history. So in the 1920s, there was a big shootout out on Gold Island, just as the mine was getting played out, and just as kind of the economy was crashing. There was a big shootout between gangsters, one of whom was convinced that something valuable had been taken from them. They slaughtered the rival gangster and their crew, and then eventually went mad. People at the time thought probably syphilis. There was even a record of some tribal warfare that happened before Willow Bluff was actually founded in the mid-19th century. There's a nearby Native American historical site where 2 really related, not even separate tribes, but 2 different villages went to war, believing that each had stolen something valuable from the other. It led to significant bloodshed, disaster. The records don't go back much further than that, but around 1922 and 1822, you find references. And then smattered in between, little bits and pieces here and there. But you're not quite sure exactly how much of that is just coincidence. But front page news / entries in history books. Those are the two big ones that you find.
Cool.
Hey, Larissa, what do you value most?
I don't want to talk about it.
But what do you value most, Larissa?
I value some kind of relationship with Ava.
No.
Yes. I'm going to send you to the worm, and you're going to have to vanquish the worm.
I can't in its lair.
Sending you to the worm. No, we can get
Say
it.
hi
We
to
can
Mia.
draw it out, though. Right? Can't we use you to draw it out? Or no?
Fair maiden.
Yeah, can't you be the fair maiden? We'll put you in that pink little ditty again. Because I just value, like, I can't think of it. I mean, I'm a ghoul, right? I don't value anything, but I value you because someone reminded me what love was. I thought that death had stolen it away from me forever. And that's why you have strings on me.
Yeah.
Sorry, bud.
But to Ava, you say you don't want to talk about it.
Yeah. To everybody, I say I don't want to talk about it. I'm awkward. I'm a ghoul. I died in a grain elevator. What do you want from me?
Okay, well...
What I want is a magical sword. Do you have one of those? Maybe Kimberly has a magical sword.
I do know where we can get one.
What?
Yeah, there are a lot of dead people buried with magical, all kinds of weapons.
Are you sure they're magical and not just...
I mean,
weapons?
we could get all the weapons. I'm sure some of them are magical.
We have to grave rob?
Okay, but like,
It's probably easier for you than anyone else.
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
guys, even if we like get it, are we like actually gonna be able to like kill the dragon though?
I mean,
you killed a person, Kimberly. It can't be that much harder if it's a dragon, can it?
I mean, I think it is.
listen, I have
God,
I'm pretty strong and I'm pretty capable. You saw what I did to the guy in the mall. But what I'm saying is
knocked
that
him out, right?
Yeah, you just knocked him out,
I
right?
knocked the wind out of him. Yeah.
He's fine, right?
No, yeah, he's great. But I did it swiftly, you see? And that's only a fraction of what I could do. So if I'm super strong and stuff, and I don't know, if we got a magic dagger or a magic sword from somebody in the grave, then maybe we could do it.
Really ornate dagger.
Yeah.
Somebody took my sacrificial dagger. Like, I don't think that counts. Maybe.
Whoa, you had a sacrificial dagger?
Yeah, like that was like a whole thing, and it was like a big mistake.
Oh, that's what you
like,
stabbed
now I have to live with
Ada
it forever.
Yeah, I heard about that.
I don't think Kimberly knew that. Larissa knew.
Wait.
Yeah, I already heard about all that. You stabbed Ada. I can't believe you killed Ada. Rude.
Oh, guys,
Ada, how do you feel about that?
And she's
like really angry about it, and she like won't shut up about it. And I'm like, I'm so sorry. And then I like accidentally stabbed her again because I was freaking out because Mia was gone.
Accidentally?
That wasn't an accident. I was emotionally distraught because my girlfriend was missing, and I thought that
And your first instinct is to stab someone again.
I thought that you took her as like revenge or something because I kind of like killed you and threw your body in the lake, but like it's fine.
In the lake?
Oh, you threw her body in the lake? That's messed up. That's some good body just going to waste.
I mean, what?
I mean, no, I
Oh
mean,
my God, are you attracted to Ada?
No, I'm mad that you took her body.
Well, what was she gonna do with it? She was dead.
Oh, gross.
Yeah, well, because
Melissa.
ultimately, I'm mad that you stabbed her is what I'm saying. I'm mad you robbed her of her body. Let's go rob
But
some
now
grave.
she gets to live forever, like as a ghost. She's fine.
Listen.
Forever as a ghost. Oh man.
Yeah, don't say that. She's gonna go into existential crisis.
Yeah,
She's like always in
morality.
one. It's like, look, it's fine. It's like she's just being dramatic about it. Anyways, what I'm saying is that like I don't know that any of us are like capable of wielding like a powerful sword. I mean, I try to stab it with a dagger, but that also seems like a bad idea. And like, look, you're not gonna do that.
I wonder what dragon tastes like. Like, just out of curiosity.
Eat it.
Just out of
Maybe-
curiosity.
Forget about what the blood tastes like.
Why? How are you gonna eat
It's
it? Though?
like gator tail.
Make it.
I don't know.
Steak, or...
Could you imagine? Yeah, I did. One time I had alligator on a stick. I wonder if it's like that.
Probably.
Maybe.
Only one way to find out.
Or like a
I don't want to eat it. That's gross.
Oh,
Okay,
I'm
well,
sorry,
Kimberly. This all started with you, so.
You know what else I think is gross? Stabbing your friends.
Yeah,
I
Kimberly.
think so too, Larissa. That's a really good point.
Wow, I'm just like trying to make this Pep Club happen, and I'm just getting so attacked all the time.
I just
like
keep
my
forgetting
girlfriend's
about the fact
missing.
that we even go to school.
And I know it's really hard to forget when like I mean, gosh, you stab a person twice, and then they're just like hate you forever.
Yeah.
Nothing about how we could kill this thing, or what it's weak to. Like I get we
Magic
get it,
swords, apparently.
but
Stabbing? I mean, it's
Can't
missing a
be
scale. Maybe it has a hole like that's stabbable where the scale was.
Oh, like a weak spot?
maybe
Maybe.
Like
Like
you just stab your sword into its hole.
Well,
Like, is that your plan?
let's look for some stuff just so we can.
Oh, I can't wait to show you guys
myself.
around. Listen, for the really good stuff, we're not going to have to dig. We're just going to have to break into mausoleums. It's not nearly as bad.
Okay, but we need to be at the party soon.
Oh, my
Kimberly,
goodness.
there's more important things than your party.
Kimberly, if you
How
can't
are we
handle it,
supposed
we
to
can
get
drop you off to get your party ready, and we'll go do it ourselves.
No, I need you
Like
guys
everything
there to
else.
help me get the pep up. Like, gosh, you guys, it's like you don't even remember that we're making a pep club. We can go do grave robbing in the morning.
All we have to do for the pep club is write a plan on a piece of paper and give it to our teacher. That's it.
Yeah, we don't
You
even really
guys are,
care
like,
about the school
total-
or the pep club.
You guys are like total non-go-getters. Like, come on.
We're the ones doing all the work. What do you mean we're not the go-getters?
What do you
We're
mean?
gonna go
I'm the one that's putting the party together.
We're
I'm the
about
one
to
that's
go
making sure that
get
everything's
ready.
ready.
You were already going to
Like-
put together. This is all about Kimberly.
I changed my plans for you
And
guys so we
this
can
isn't
all
even
get
about the
extra
pep club, is
credit.
it? It's about your stupid VIP pep club.
There's a VIP
No.
pep club?
Yeah, there's a VIP.
You don't
club.
wanna
Do you want to
join
be a part of
it.
it?
No, it's
Shut
a
up, Ada.
weird
The
art.
soul. It takes your soul, I think.
No, it doesn't.
What
I
if
mean,
you don't
like-
have one?
It doesn't work, I don't think.
Exactly. See, then you can just sign up anyways, and then it makes me look good because then the numbers are higher. Look, I just gotta go to this party, and it would be great if you guys would come because I really need your help with this, and I'm like asking really nicely, and then I will be more than happy to go take you guys grave robbing tomorrow.
If we don't go, are you going to stab us?
No, Ada took my dagger anyways, so I don't even like have anything to stab you with. So, and I'm like done stabbing people. They got mad at me for that, so we're done with stabbing. Now we're into recruitment.
Pivot, you know.
We pivoted, yeah.
Well, listen, I can just go with Larissa to rob some graves. You can drop us off. And then Ava can help you set up your party or whatever.
Fine, but you guys better show up at the party at some point.
Yeah, we'll be there.
Yeah, we'll be there. We're just going to do a little bit of, we're going to do some digging around.
I text my
Okay.
dad and be like, "Hey, weird question. Do you know how to kill a dragon?"
Just get question mark.
Never mind.
First school project.
Right?
Alright, well, guess we drop Ada and Larissa off at the graveyard. And I'll go to Jeremy's with Ava and start setting up.
Okay.
Which graveyard?
The fancy one, the old fancy one.
The one over on the kind of north shore.
Yeah, like I'm probably looking Yeah, I'm probably looking for, I want it to be old. Probably, if I had to guess, we're in America, right? So pretty much as old as it can be.
Yeah.
And then also like wealthy or like the mausoleums, the more like influential type people. Maybe if we know anything about an influential family that was into the occult at some point or
You
something,
mean the
or
Paulson
has
family?
some kind of. Yeah, we should probably
Yeah.
go to their crypt.
Well,
really.
the Halsen family plot is out on Gold Island.
Okay, can we get there? Is that possible?
Yes. I mean, you have to take a boat, and no one's supposed to be there because by order of health and safety.
Well, what if we're dead though? Do we need a boat? Can't I just walk along the bottom of the lake?
I can fly.
You can
That's
float.
true. Yes. Since neither of you needs to breathe.
I could take off all of my clothes and just walk across the bottom. And then that way, if anyone sees me on Polson on the island, I'll just be like, ooh, and like run away. And just like start some rumors about it being haunted. Because I'm sure there's already, I'm sure it's haunted already.
It is 100% haunted.
Okay.
In all sorts of terrifying ways.
Perfect.
So
this is a good plan. We definitely come up with a real good one.
Oh no, yeah. Listen, don't worry, okay? If I die, you just gotta wait a little bit. I come back to life. It's fine.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So Larissa and Ada walk across the lake floor, or float, as the case may be, toward Gold Island. About midway through the journey, you realize that you're being watched as a school of Peggies flits by. We have already determined that the lake is full of Peggy Pulaski's.
Oh, that's funny. I wave.
Yeah, a few of them
I
wave.
Understand, because I I had my life taken too.
Yeah.
But
yes, it is immaterial for you to climb onto shore. What time is it, though?
It's probably like an hour before the party.
Okay, so the sun's still up.
Yeah.
But it's easy enough to go to a place where if someone happened to be watching the shore, they wouldn't see two people climbing out. Also, Larissa, you're naked?
Yeah, I'm naked. I'm like super pale, super naked. Like if you saw me from a distance, you would legit think I was just like some kind of like apparition.
Monster. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ada's just doing her best not to look directly at
my nakedness
the whole time. Yeah.
That's funny. I'm just acting like it's nothing because it is nothing. I'm just like, whatever. I'm a ghoul. I'm used to being naked. I just,
Yes.
That's how I hang out in the storm drains, just naked. Just jaybird.
So your plan is to go rob the Paulson family plot.
Yeah, fancy. Anything that looks like it's going to have some goods in it.
Yes, well, there's mausoleums there. There's actually a somewhat fresh grave.
Nice.
Which is odd, considering that no one's been out here in a very long time. It's quite small, though.
Okay, so here's a question. Ada, can you just kind of flit and fly through some walls and just kind of take a look around, and then we'll figure out, we'll kind of scope out where we want to dig, and then we'll make a plan for digging.
Okay.
I'm just gonna play with this little plot here. That's like a weird little plot.
Maybe
this
don't.
is strange. Oh, don't.
Maybe don't disturb all of the graves.
Oh, you're new to this. Okay, I mean, if that makes you feel better, yeah. Why don't you want to look first? I won't touch anything until you're done looking.
Okay. I guess I'll scooch around and try to look in the mausoleums and stuff for anything that looks like a good dragon killing weapon.
There is a very, very large mausoleum that you can kind of will yourself into insubstantiality and pass through. And to your ghostly vision, the deep darkness within is, you can somehow see in it. And there's just the stone kind of sarcophagi There's a bit of a chapel here for services or remembrance or whatever. Larissa is sitting outside. You catch out of the corner of your eye a glimpse of a tall woman with long dark hair. She has a child. She's holding on to a child's hand with each of her two children, holding each of their hands. They are clearly fraternal, if not identical twins. And she gives you a look as you start to play around with the dirt of the little grave. Kind of gives you a look.
I wave at her.
One of the little boys, actually, no, they both in unison kind of wave and smile at you in a way that's somewhat unsettling, and then they fade back into insubstantiality. So, Ada.
I'm going to keep my promise. I'm going to go sit down. I'm not going to touch the grave.
All right. Ada, I think you should probably peer into the abyss.
All right.
See what kind of information you can glean.
Ooh, that looks pretty good. Let me see. 9. What does that one add again?
That is dark, I believe.
Cool.
Yes, dark.
I got a 10.
Ooh, very good. Choose 2. The visions or information you receive is lucid and detailed. They show you what you must do, and you carry one forward when doing it. The visions cure you, removing one condition.
I will take they are lucid and clear, and I'll take it shows you what you must do, so take one forward.
All right. You are casting around, kind of poking your head inside the various sarcophagi. And these people were buried with some stuff. At the kind of head of this little chapel is a large sarcophagus that has the name Oliver Paulson written on it in kind of Gothic script. And you peer into that one. It appears to be empty, which is a bit odd. And you look around, and it doesn't look like at least you don't see any visible evidence that it was robbed or anything like that. So who knows? Maybe his body was moved. But if it did happen, it happened a long time ago. But it starts you thinking, and you've been around town for a while, and you start thinking about the history. You start thinking about how the town was founded by Oliver Paulson, who somehow knew that there was a gold mine or that there was gold here. Even though the common wisdom was that the only gold to be found would be up in the Gold Range, which is much closer to Canada. He somehow knew and was able to open up the Paulson gold mine, which was, the source of Willow Bluff. And you think about dragons and hordes and gold and living underground, etc. You begin to think that perhaps the abandoned Paulson mine would make a good dragon's lair. You don't, however, find a sword. Or anything. But if the dragon's around, if it's seeking things, it's not very well just like showing up in town. And you recall that dragons are historically able to appear as people, to hide their identity. And that they may be more vulnerable when they're in that state.
Gotcha.
So, finding the dragon when they're in a human form might enable you to vanquish them, absent the presence of a ancient magical sword, of which there is much speculation but no evidence.
I mean, it kind of makes sense. We aren't going to find an ancient magical sword in the middle of Minnesota, but
I mean, there is one, but it's not where you're looking. This is Willow Bluff after all.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
So I will let Larissa know about, all that. And be like, I don't think these graves are anything useful.
Okay. I take one more look at the dirt, the fresh dirt on the ground. And I'm like, are you sure you don't want to just check and see what's in here?
I put my face in it.
It's just 2 little bundles of bones.
Oh.
I'm like, no daggers. Just more dead bodies.
Oh, are they fresh?
No.
Okay, let's go.
All right. We head back to the lake, through the lake.
Dang, dude.
Well, and you're headed to that the party's on the west side, so you can actually just cross back over underwater now. What is Larissa doing about the fact that she's currently naked?
Well, that's why we have to go back the other way, because I got to get my clothes.
Okay. So you go back and get your clothes where you stash them next to shore. And then
we brought a car too, right?
No.
I don't drive, man.
Oh, we just
Let's
walked?
either call for a ride or we'll walk.
Yeah. I mean, I could text Ava. I text Ava because she's basically the only number I have.
Yes.
And I'm like, hey, we're done. No go. Can someone come grab us?
The good news is that although Ava's car will only seat 2, Ada can ride on Larissa's lap. She doesn't weigh a lot. Or you can both sit in the front seat, basically.
Mm-hmm.
You're on mute.
Muted.
You're right. If cops pull me over, I can always hypnotize them as long as it's not the one I decked.
It's true.
Okay. I'll, on my way, go meet them to pick them up.
Cool. So you find, Larissa is still kind of wet. So the whole ring girl look is even more
I really
apparent.
look like the ring girl now.
Ada, not so much. So on the way back, yeah.
How'd it go?
We didn't find anything, just bodies, no swords, no anything that looked like it could kill somebody. It was very disappointing, really.
But I was thinking, so the dragon probably lives in the old abandoned gold mine, because that seems like a cool place for a dragon to live.
Yeah, it's pretty on the nose, right?
Yeah. But dragons, they've probably been in town, right? They can change into human form. So all we got to do is find the dragon in a human form and I guess stab him with a regular dagger.
Okay, well, who's appeared in town that hasn't always been around?
Well, here's the thing. The dragon's been here for ever, right?
Right.
At least every 100 years or so. And then maybe a little bit in between. But I guess it'd be someone who's new in town since a few days ago or whenever we first started noticing people missing stuff. Maybe they'll be at the party.
Oh, I hope not.
Well, not gonna lie, Kimberly set up a murder room in the basement, so I guess it would work out.
Oh. A murder room? Nice.
Yeah, no, it was where I was killed.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ada. Kimberly, tell me about the murder room later, okay?
I mean, it wasn't a murder room, but it is now.
Oh, perfect. You never know when you need a good murder room.
All it takes to create a murder room is to kill someone in it.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's a murder closet.
I mean, yeah.
Oh.
Technically.
It's a murder pantry.
Yeah.
Murder pantry.
I mean, it would be a murder pantry for Larissa.
Yes.
Yeah,
Some dead bodies
true,
in it.
true. Same thing.
So, what happens?
Getting ready for this party. We're gonna scope people out. We're gonna have to scope everybody out, and like if there's somebody that's new, suss them.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I'll probably walk up to him and be real awkward and make horribly awkward conversation.
Well,
And then maybe I shouldn't be the one to suss out the new people.
yeah.
I'm new too. Let's set the place on fire.
Right. I would recommend staying away from the drinks. People put weird stuff in these drinks, from what I've heard.
Yes.
Cut to Kimberly actively spiking the drinks.
Yes, just not with
For sure.
the chicken powder.
Oh no. 5 hour energy.
Yeah, no, we're not doing that again. I also have a separate sign-up sheet for the VIP Pep Club.
Oh, so you're actively promoting the Pep Club.
Yes.
Awesome. Is anyone else actively promoting the Pep Club? I mean, you're all wearing school colors.
Yeah. That's supposed to be part of it.
No, I'm not. I'm just following. Honestly, I'm just probably like kind of either following Ava around or like keeping an eye on her the whole time.
I'm also going to be spreading around, since we're doing the whole like school rivalry gimmick of how insensitive the other school was to me losing my whole house.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I heard that that weird girl got in a fight with Billy. Where is Billy, by the way?
I don't know. Dropped him off at the hospital because we decided to be the bigger person.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be okay.
He's probably fine.
Probably delicious. I mean,
Punch
doing
from
okay.
a girl half his size. He should be fine.
Right. Maybe he'll be so embarrassed he'll leave town and never be seen again.
Yeah, probably.
If I was him.
Getting hit in the throat by a girl like that.
So whoever is attempting to either gin up school spirit or promote rivalry, I would like to roll to manipulate an NPC. Does a roll
What
plus
is
hot?
Okay.
Perfect.
Cool.
I have lots of.
I don't have hot.
I mean, you can try to turn someone on. I mean, you can do your thingy.
Where I tell him how I died so that I could roll cool.
Yeah.
Guess what? I died in a grain elevator. Roll. You're into it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying you should. I'm just reminding you that it's possible.
That you can. Yeah.
I got a 10.
Ooh, lovely. So you are going to need to provide a bribe, a threat, or a motive. And this is an abstraction of you having a number of conversations. So it's not just one NPC. But as you flit around Jeremy's party and are, trying to gin up interest in school spirit, what bribe, threat, or motive are you promising?
I mean, I think I'm like really leaning into the rivalry thing. So the motive is to beat Willow Park and be the better school. We
Okay.
gotta prove that by having the best pep club.
Having the best, I mean, you already have the best school and the best students, and you just gotta have the best.
Gotta
Okay.
really drive it
Yeah,
home.
so we gotta really rub it in their faces.
So that's a good motive. How are you going to deliver, however, on that proof? What are you holding out as?
Say that we're gonna do a competition tonight to really start shoving it in their faces.
All
Yeah,
right.
have some party games. That'd be good.
yeah, to get ready for like a competition between the Willow Park kids and the Pioneer Academy kids.
All right. So, yes. So, finding ways to incent the Willow Park kids to fully commit to this rivalry.
Yep.
Well, how are you going to make that happen? Because you need to deliver.
Yeah. Probably some sort of like a game or something.
Drinking games.
What kind of game?
Maybe like no, it's a party. So either drinking games or like
beer
trivia.
pong.
Drinking games.
Beer pong.
Because it's morbid, and because it is something that is a rite of passage here in Willow Bluff. Something often reserved for something often reserved for townies. It occurs to you that if the Pioneer Academy kids could beat the Willow Park kids at the swim to Nose Point Island, that would give you bragging rights of who are the real scions of Willow Bluff.
Yeah.
Probably after some heavy drinking games.
Yes. That's fine. That's how Ada's body got there. It wasn't there before.
Right.
I don't have anything to hide. It's fine.
Cool. Well, who is participating in the drinking games?
Let's go.
I mean, I assume that I can drink alcohol.
Yeah.
I don't know if it does anything to me.
I mean, it just reminds you of the smell of fermenting grain.
Okay, well then I'm angrily like drinking sometimes, only to win games.
Okay. Well,
Ada's going to ref. She's going to ref these games because I don't think this is going to end well for her if she tries drinking.
All right.
So.
Oh my gosh, she peed her pants.
Right. It just goes right through you. Eva, are you participating?
Does alcohol affect me?
I mean, it might.
Like I'm drinking blood.
It might. Ambien sure does.
Yeah.
It doesn't affect. I will say it doesn't affect you as if you were mortal.
That could be a bad thing, though.
I would say it's less likely to make you drunk.
Okay.
Because your
I'm all
chemistry
for
is somewhat weird. Well, I think any of you participating, with the possible exception of Kim, is technically cheating.
Yeah.
But that's fine. Nobody yet knows that you're all mostly undead.
They don't know we're cheating.
Yes.
Plus, I'm like, I probably look a little Irish.
Right. All right. So Larissa, Eva, and Kimberly, I would like you all to hold steady for me. Larissa and Eva, you effectively have advantage or the use of a free major boon due to the fact that your chemistry is less likely to make you drunk.
Perfect.
Okay, and this is, I'm sorry, which one? Cold?
Yes, you're rolling with
Okay.
cold.
Got double sixes -1, so I got an 11.
Ooh,
I
excellent.
got an 11 using the advantage.
Cool.
So I got 7. What's my advantage? What can I do?
It just means that you can roll. You can effectively get a free use of a major boon, meaning you may re-roll up to both of your dice.
Okay, I'm going to do that.
Okay.
Okay, so 8, and then I have 2 cool, so 10.
Excellent. So everyone holds steady. You keep your cool. You may each choose one of the following. Either ask me a question about the situation, remove a condition, or carry one forward during the scene.
I'm removing a condition.
That sounds like a good idea.
Good idea. I would go ahead.
I'll just carry one forward.
Okay.
I would like to ask you about the situation.
Okay.
Like, I can ask you anything about the party, right?
Sure.
Basically.
Yeah.
Is the person that we're looking for at the party?
You don't know who you're looking for,
Okay.
but sure. You do see someone who's a little out of place. Not at the party itself, but we'll say that after winning a round of beer pong, you step outside because the inside is crushed full with delicious flesh. So you probably need to step outside and clear your head a little bit because your stomach is grumbling. And there's a number of kids from both schools who are starting to get a little bit loopy. They're somewhat like marinated, and you think probably extra delicious. And there is someone watching the party from the tree line. An adult. They see you and move back into the shadows. But you could have sworn it was Ms. Vermilion.
Wait, Ms. Vermilion is
The teacher
Which
who
one?
the teacher
who
who
does the that we have to do the pep club for, right?
Yes,
Who-
the
yes.
AP English teacher.
Okay.
who extorted you into starting a pep club to make sure that the school was the most important thing possible for all of the students.
Right. She's sketch.
No, she's a good teacher who believes in
why
school
is she
spirit.
backing into the bushes? That's sketch. I don't know who she is either, probably. I don't think I've even been to school yet.
Oh no, you've been to school.
Oh, I have been? Okay.
Yeah, you go to Pioneer Academy. You just don't have the same class as you're not in the same class as Kim, Ada, and Eva and Mia.
Got you. Okay.
But you recognize, that's a teacher. Maybe she lives out here. Who knows? Although this is the west side of the lake, so it's mostly just like super rich people. There are a few cabins out here. You don't know much about her. I mean, you know that she's been teaching at the school for a very long time.
Okay, but it's weird enough that when I see everybody, I tell them that I saw her, right?
Sure.
Okay.
Or you can keep it to yourself. I mean, it's not like anyone's keeping a bunch of
I'd rather
information for
probably tell
themselves.
them. Yeah.
Yeah. I, as the player, as soon as they were talking about Pep Club, I was like, all right.
I've been sus of her since the
Miss
beginning.
Millie, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but that's when it sealed it for me.
Yeah.
I was not sus.
Ava can't put it
I
together
was
until
very
you
sus.
mention it, Kimberly.
So, well,
That's super weird.
everyone's good and loopy.
Uh-oh. Time to go to the lake.
Time to go to the lake.
Yeah.
Ava, you grabbed the dagger, right?
But
Grab the dagger out of your car before we go, Ava.
okay.
In case someone needs to get stabbed. Not me.
No, I know, not you.
It is just decided, well, I mean, it's been a day since I was stabbed, so I might as well just set it up.
Yeah, just get it again. It's exposure therapy, so you just don't get traumatized every time you get stabbed.
Right?
Exposure therapy.
Let's go swimming.
Do you guys have weapons?
You took mine.
These are my weapons.
No. I'm kind of nonviolent.
I don't know. Maybe you can like reach a ghost hand in and like pull its heart out.
Oh, gross.
Ew.
Ew.
Delicious. I mean,
What? No, Larissa,
No.
stop.
Wait, Larissa, what?
I was just kidding. Ha.
That's funny.
Oh, you're so
Larissa.
funny.
Thanks, Eva. Ha.
Okay. So you mentioned that Ms. Million was in the
Yeah, I told everybody. I was like, you know who I saw in the woods? It was kind of weird, but like, I don't know, maybe she camps or something. Was Miss What's her head?
What's her head?
Yeah, Miss Vermilion.
That's super weird.
Yeah, right?
Like she's trying to like get us in trouble.
Maybe
You
she's
did mention
the Pep Club.
mention you were throwing this party to her, Kimberly.
Yeah, maybe she just came to see if we were doing stuff for the Pep Club, like getting ready.
Why is she so into this Pep Club thing?
I don't know, she's just really excited about school spirit.
She just really loves school, huh?
Yeah, I mean, she's been teaching there for forever. I'd hope so. Otherwise, ugh.
I don't know. I
Suck.
never really liked school because people never even noticed I was there.
Teachers don't get paid very much, so maybe she's trying to get like some weird bonus or something.
I don't
Maybe.
think there's a bonus for
For
spying on teenagers.
Well, but for like making a club though, there's probably like a fund for it or something. But I think
Yeah.
it has to like go to the club. I don't know. I'm not a teacher.
Me either.
Right. Well, did you see anybody else at the party that we didn't know? Like, I think I knew everybody else that was there.
I didn't notice anything.
That doesn't surprise me.
You're so funny, Ada.
Hmm.
Yes,
Could
you're
you
not
think
you're
you could
not
try right now?
impaired, but you did drink a lot,
No.
so
Yeah, she's having fun.
Okay. Well, are we thinking we're gonna see the thing at the lake?
I mean, maybe like the big pipes where we saw what we saw. Well, I once was in a pipe under. Okay, I don't really want to listen. One time I was in the pipe system. And,
So how much did you have to drink? Are you
I
okay?
wasted. But listen, this really happened. I was like, I found myself in the sewers once. It was a dare, like a drunk game dare. And I was down there. It was recently when I was drinking and playing games and with my friends. And so when I was down there, I noticed there were like these big like scratches and grooves like in the cement.
Like a screw worm?
Yeah, like a screw worm.
Is that what
Yes,
you were
you
talking about,
get
screw
me.
worm?
Yeah. So because of the screw worm thing, I was thinking maybe that's really close to where the lake is. Maybe the screw worm lives in the lake and then goes through the tubes.
the storm drain system does connect with the lake.
I know this very well. For no reason, really.
Larissa, I know where you live.
Oh. Don't tell him,
What?
okay?
Where
Okay.
does she live?
Shut up,
In
Kimberly.
town.
In a
Duh.
in a ditch.
In town. Duh. Get off her back. Stop stabbing people.
I'm not trying. I was just asking. God, that's sort of fun. I'm gonna go jump in the
It's
lake.
really creepy, Kimberly, to ask someone where they live.
I was just asking because Ada said that she knew where she lived. I don't know.
We just jump
I'm just
on her.
trying to get to know people, Raj.
So you can kill them?
No, maybe I want to
burn.
make actual friends now instead of
Actual
What are
friends?
we?
Wow.
IPs is what you want to do.
Yeah, what you need
mean,
is a
that
shovel
too.
to keep digging that hole deeper.
You guys are not helping.
Why don't you get a ceremonial shovel?
Shovel it right up your.
I think we all just need to cool off. Let's go jump in the lake, okay?
Well, the
Just
party
saying, look
the,
out for the screw worm.
the party is getting rowdy, and the fact that under your leadership, the Pioneer Academy kids have dominated the Willow Park school kids in the drinking games thus far has given rise to some simmering resentment.
Good. Let's crank this thing up.
Especially
Alright.
the jock types from the Willow Park school, who I think probably assumed that they would win because sports is not so much other than the lacrosse team. Sports is not really a big priority at Pioneer Academy. I think they assumed that because they were big jock types that they would very easily be able to drink you all on the table, especially since you're a bunch of girls.
Right.
But for a variety of reasons, you demonstrated you had stronger constitutions. So they are now itching to prove themselves. And the Pioneer kids, now that they have gotten a little loose, are taking to the idea of really putting the Willow Park school kids in their place. This notion of being the better school, being the better students, in that moment seems to be very important to many of them. What happens? What do you do?
It's time to drive this home. Let's go to the lake and finish this.
So Kim is going to propose the ultimate contest to prove who are the real inheritors of Willow Bluff. Go ahead and make me another manipulate NPC rolls, please. There, Kim.
Got an 8.
All right. So you have to do something to convince people. You have to do something dramatic. You have to
Like you're
demonstrate.
swimming, Kimberly.
Yeah, you have to demonstrate how all in you are. And it comes at a cost to you.
Strip down to your skivvies.
That doesn't come to a cost. What do we think would be an interesting requirement? Something painful.
Yeah, she should do it with her hands tied. I'm kidding.
I'd rather not drown.
Here, take this weighted vest.
Go find Ada.
I mean, I could impose something, but I'm curious what your ideas are.
Who has the dagger?
I do.
Oh, okay. I was
Kimberly
gonna say,
is
what if
not
the
getting-
dagger like gets heavier in the water or something?
Well, it's something you have to promise to the crowd. A condition that if you deliver, then they'll do what you want.
Yeah, if you lose, what are the stakes?
Wait, and who's doing this? Kimberly is?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, what are you gonna do? Yeah, Kim, what are you doing?
I don't know.
Wait, Kim, what are you?
You're going to the basement of the asylum for the night.
Oh,
No.
God. Yeah.
Well, it's something that you have to do before. Like it's something you need to be able to deliver on now.
Yeah, like you're gonna do it in
Or
one
a
breath.
promise or
you're
a
gonna
bargain.
do
You're very good at
Yeah.
bargains.
No, I'm not.
Right?
I think you are.
supposed
I
to
think
be.
I am. Kim is not good at bargains.
Ooh.
I-
A lot of people know about your infatuation with Mia. A number of people have even like come up and asked, like, where's Mia? You two are always so joined at the hip. I think if you promise to break up with Mia,
Oof.
everyone will realize how serious you are. Or if you promise that if you lose, you'll break up with Mia.
And then spend a night in the asylum.
And then loser has to spend the night in the asylum.
God, Kim's gonna die. Which she deserves at this point. But yeah, she'll agree to that. She's doing all this for me, you know?
Yeah. Sometimes if you love something, you have to let it go.
Yeah, just not.
And she knows she's going to win, so
Dragonborn.
it's not going to be a problem.
Yeah.
Because I've got the ultimate wingman in my.
You got the power of anime on your side.
Yes.
The power
Yeah.
of Satan and anime on my side.
Yeah.
Yes. So with that promise of you putting it all on the line and upping the stakes, and we'll say the losing team has to go and spend the night at the asylum and have to, in the darkness, chant 3 times, "Scary Mary, Scary Mary, Scary Mary."
Oh yeah, we could totally make that something because we
Right?
know that it's gonna be fun.
Yeah. I mean, you'll probably show up and eat them.
And if they lose, and they're the ones doing it,
All right.
dinner time.
Free meal.
So
Dinner time.
the jock types and cheerleader types and cool kids from the Willow Park School. All right then, and then start storming out the front. The Pioneer Academy kids following shortly behind, all with Kim leading the charge down to the shore of the lake, not far away. I mean, it seemed further when you were hauling a bunch of dead weight last time you tromped this way.
Trump down to the lake.
Yeah, but you know exactly where to go.
Yep. Yep. Been here recently.
So, what happens?
So it's a team thing, right? So I assume we're all doing it.
Seems like that would be wise.
I mean, I have supernatural strength. Larissa doesn't need to breathe underwater. Also, supernatural. Ada doesn't need to breathe. So we got this in the bag.
Ada can just float real quick, just above the water, like skimming.
Ooh, I'm definitely swimming.
Just going way too fast around yourself.
Whoa, look at me.
No splashes somehow. Really interesting.
Really weird.
Very aerodynamic.
Kim would like to ask the Dark Power to help her win this because she really, really wants to win. Because she really doesn't want to break up with Mia, and she wants Mia back.
Yes. Okay. Is there a role involved in that, or are you just entreating?
So you can ask the Dark Power for something you really, really want. The MC will attach a price to the thing you want and hint at an undesired twist in its nature. If you pay the price, you'll get what you're after.
So, are you doing this in front of everyone, or do you step away?
I step away.
So, step off. Like maybe you're a little shy to change into swimming gear or whatever. And there's a lot of boisterous and chest thumping and kind of pushing and shoving, and I mean the rivalry has definitely taken off as the liquor flowed. So you go around a rock and you know, sketch a little pentagram on the ground and attune yourself to the lower forces, and then okay, what is it now?
Like,
you know that you're supposed to be doing a thing for us, like this whole like.
I'm working on it, but like I need your help in doing this so that I can do that. You know, it's like a process. There's like a plan. I thought of things.
Oh, what is it?
I really need to win this competition, and so I have to like be fastest at swimming across the lake and back.
Okay. Well, sucks for you.
What do you mean?
Well, you're not a particularly good swimmer, are you?
No, I'm not, which is why I need help.
And what will you give us? Considering that we already have your soul and your promise that you are going to bring Mia to the dark side, what else do you have to offer?
I totally know things that I can offer. I mean, I'm getting you guys like a bunch of souls. I got a lot of signups tonight for the VIP Pep Club, which is just the cult, obviously. I don't know. What do you guys want?
Well, mostly to be left alone at this point. I mean, let's face it. I mean, we said, you know, I mean, you can ask questions and then all of a sudden, we have a deal, right? And it's like we give you things and you give us your soul and then you kind of screw that up. And so now we're waiting for you to make good and now you're asking for something else. So it's going to have to be something pretty big. Might just have to change the terms of the original deal. Also, you shouldn't be going and entering into pacts with other creatures. Just to be clear. I mean, we kind of have dibs on that.
I
And
know,
here
but
you
it's
are
not like for
talking
my
to...
soul.
Well...
And it's how I'm gonna get Mia back, because otherwise I have to, like, fight a dragon. And, I mean, like, let's be honest. I can't fight a dragon.
Well, like we said, we kind of would prefer to be the only force in town causing chaos and taking things that are important to people. That particular creature is, stepping on our turf.
Okay, so what if I kill it?
Well, I tell you what. It wants what's most important to you. So, if you give that to us instead, I can guarantee you'll get Mia back.
It's a slight problem with this. Okay. Sure.
Love it. No questions. Consider it done. Poof.
Great. Like, yeah, we're gonna win.
This.
Oh yeah, she is. She's just. Like, yeah, okay, whatever. Sounds good.
Cool. So what happens now? Other than Kim coming back from around a rock with a triumphant look on her face, having no questions whatsoever about the exchange that just happened.
Nope. Let's do this thing.
Yeah.
All right. So, how are you all trying to win?
Using my supernatural abilities. Not enough to like be sus, but just to help.
So, are you just trying to go as fast as possible? Are you trying to
As fast as possible without not as fast as possible. Faster than everybody else.
So there are a variety of ways that you could do this. You could tap into your monstrous nature to improve your physicality. You could mess with the other team, either physically or mentally and emotionally.
I was gonna say, what if because I don't really need to be on the team, right? Because nobody really knows who I am.
You're a member of the Pep Club.
Oh, I'm in it now? Okay. I was going to say, because I could go to the bottom of the lake and I could just like grab feet every once in a while and freak people out.
Sure. Easy enough.
I don't need to breathe.
I might bite a couple ankles.
Oh, yeah. Get some food while we're down there.
All right.
Do you like seafood?
So I'm going to say that that is going to be... I think it's lashing out physically. Because you're both trying to do harm.
So that is...
What about Ada and Kim?
Kim's trying to go as fast as possible.
I think for you that's a hold steady.
Yeah, because I'm just trying to like fly, but in the water and make it look like I'm swimming.
I think that's a hold steady, and more for Ada's sake, it's more to not make it obvious that you're just floating through the water as a ghost.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kim's just like, I'm gonna win this, right? Oh, and that roll.
Okay, I rolled a 2 and I have -1, so that's a 1.
Oh, well, we have boons and things.
Okay, I might use one of those.
How many major boons do we have? Because
we have 3 major boons, 3 minor boons.
I'm going to use a major.
I'm also going to use a major.
And I just rolled an 11, -1 is 10.
All right.
So I'm grabbing people's ankles.
A 9.
Yes. A 9 to hold steady, which is sufficient. However, you are going to gain, not the terrified condition, but you are going to gain a condition. So
Okay.
you can ask me a question about the situation, remove a condition, or carry one forward during the scene.
I'll ask a question. Like, I'm looking, or like we're all swimming and stuff like that. But is there like anyone on the shoreline watching? I mean, I assume there's some non-participants.
There are some non-participants. There is no one on the shore watching, but you are amidst pretending to like have to catch your breath and breathe. You are looking around. There certainly does appear to be something in the water with you.
Oh.
Something large.
Oh, goody.
That's
I
great.
guess.
So,
Do we see this?
nope.
Those of us that are underwater.
Nope. Not yet.
Well, I got a 6, so
Okay. So we used 2 major boons.
yep. I used one of them already.
Okay. I'll use Meg's. So Kim, that's a 6 on a
Hold steady.
holding steady. Yeah. So you don't hold steady. Why don't you hold steady? Well, first of all, you definitely feel something in the water moving underneath you, scraping against your skin very briefly. And then something floats to the surface.
Oh no!
Now, I'm going to let you re-roll because you did make a bargain.
Okay. Still got a 6.
Well, the infernal powers have done what they could.
You just real bad at this, Kim.
You
Yes.
relied on them too heavily. You're like, I barely need to do anything. They'll take care of it. And they're like, no, we need you to try too.
Yeah, right. So you're not even really trying. The thing that floats to the surface is Mia.
Oh no, Mia.
Oh no.
Mia, who is no longer the most important thing to you, since you were willing to trade her for something else.
If Kim's having a real bad time. She's real upset.
Is she dead?
She's gonna swim towards it.
She is very pale and wan, does not appear to be breathing.
Well, party's over. She starts screaming. Kim's screaming. She's like that.
What does everyone
Flailing in
else
the water
do?
and screaming.
I beeline over to
Yeah.
Kim. She sounds like she's in distress. I think we see Mia and go like, what? Oh no.
See Mia. And then I'm like, oh no, the thing's probably around. So I'm looking underwater for the thing.
Yep.
Ready to try to stab it with a dagger.
You see just
Do I see anything while I'm under there?
Yes, you both see just the flip of a massive tail in the darkness. And you can feel the wash of the water as something massive is swimming around. It appears to be circling the group of teenagers who are now, some of them are continuing to push their way towards the island. However, with the screaming, a number of them have stopped and are looking around in confusion, kind of floating halfway between shore and the island. It is circling.
Can I catch up to it?
You can certainly roll with volatile.
Okay.
This is the opposite of running away, but it's the closest I can think.
So 7.
All right. Well, so adapting the runaway move, you get where you're going, but do you cause a big scene doing so? Do you run directly into something worse? Or does the scariest person or thing get a string on you?
Oh, man. I have to choose one of those?
Yeah.
Ew. Can you read them one more time?
You cause a big scene.
Okay.
You run directly into something worse.
Okay.
Or the scariest person or thing there gets a string on you.
Okay, so those last two both sound horrible because I'm pretty sure the thing that's in the water is pretty awful. So let's go with the first one.
All right. So Larissa pops up out of the water as you begin making your way towards where you saw the tail disappear. And it's dark. And not being the person with the best social graces, begin shouting to your friends. It's here, it's in the water, I see it, I'm trying to chase it. And of course, all the other kids pick up on this. So now, in addition to being confused, you have a pack of 20 teenagers who are panicking. And you hear one, I felt something. I don't like this.
Well, I also, because I rolled earlier but everybody else was going to bite a kid's ankles.
Yep.
So I probably bit somebody before that too.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is just adding to all of your previous actions have added to the general panic. Kids are now like freaking out. They're like trying to grab onto each other, like in full escape mode, and like pushing some of them down into the water, some of their friends down into the water. It is a full-on panic scene. Lives are at risk.
Yeah, sounds like the most important thing to them is their lives. Otherwise, they would be going back to still trying to do the competition.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Okay, I have the dagger in hand, and I'm like looking in the water. If it tries to come at me, I guess I'll try to stab it. But
nothing tries to come at you.
Okay.
I mean, you can lash out physically, and you might get lucky.
Okay.
Or you might get a kid.
Yeah, somebody else might not.
I think more it would hurt me because it can if I mess up. Oh, that's not a bad roll actually. It's plus volatile, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well that knocks it down to an 8 because I have a condition and -1. Well, actually, okay, never mind. I was going to say if lash out physically erase the condition, but it doesn't.
No.
Okay. Yeah, so
You
on a 7 to 9, you harm them, but choose one. They gain a string on you. They can deal 1 harm to you for free, or if they want to, you become your darkest self.
Yes. Which do you choose?
I mean, being my darkest self isn't the worst thing right now. The problem is, I get recovered from being my darkest self when put in my place by a more powerful being. Which could be
That might happen.
Yeah, it might happen immediately.
There's a dragon right there.
Everything's going great. We're having a great party.
Yeah, so my darkest self is everyone is your pawn, your plaything. You hurt them and make them vulnerable for sport, like a cat does with a mouse. Maybe you'll even drain them dry, though you'll certainly take your time first. You escape your darkest self when you're put in your rightful place by someone more powerful than you.
Yes. All right. Something about the thrashing and the panic and there's blood in the water overcomes the techniques that your father has taught you and all of the self-control. And Ava goes into a feeding frenzy. We will say you do lash out. You do catch something in the water as it swims by. And there's an immediate, it's not warm like blood that you're used to. It's hot. And as kids are splashing, some of that enters your mouth and you are immediately on fire. You can feel every cell in your body go into overdrive. It's gleeful. So it is your darkest self, but it's also your truest self. You have never felt so free. So as Larissa, Ada, and Kimberly watch, Ava just starts feeding.
Yeah, guys, she's a vampire, by the way.
What? You didn't have to tell them that.
I've told you.
You could have said it was a weird thing caused by the demon. This is
No.
fair. I'm not saying it as Ava. I'm too busy chopping on a dude whose ankle is bleeding.
Yeah, no, I just straight up tell them. I've been wanting to tell Ada for a while. I'm gonna be
and
honest.
there are a few kids who realize what's happening, but the panic at seeing you feed.
It could have just been like somebody, like the thing in the water was biting people. It didn't have to be a vampire.
No, you straight up just started attacking people. We had to. It came out. I'm sorry.
Yes, these are prey, Ava. They're there to satisfy your needs and whims.
I'm basically telling him too because I'm trying to get Kimberly. I'm like, Kimberly, I know you're freaking out right now, okay? I know this sucks and stuff, but you got to get out of here because she will eat you on accident.
I might have told Larissa later that Kimberly's blood did not taste very good.
It's true.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'm not really worried about anyone.
I mean, look, Kim's distraught, but she's also a little pissed off. So I'd like to see Ava try.
Ooh.
Don't challenge it.
Nice.
You gotta be put in your place by someone more powerful than you.
Yes.
It's not you.
This will be a human. Are you sure? Because it could be.
A little voice in your
true.
head says, "Eyes on the prize, Kimberly. You need to win this, right?"
Yeah, I do.
All right. Your choice of how you attempt to win it. You can hold steady. You can try to turn someone on. I mean, to be clear, mostly kids from both schools are just panicking, but a number of them have struck out towards the island. And although it seems completely frivolous at this point, you did make a deal.
It did.
You do need to win this.
Because, yep. I mean, they said they'd give Mia back. So, I am going... What am I worst at? Let's go... Probably keep your cool or hold steady. I think that's what she's trying to do.
Okay. We have things. Yes, we have. Yeah. We have 2 majors and 3 minors.
Okay, much better. That is a, and I'm going to use a minor and make that a 10.
Ah, excellent. So you hold steady, and you may either ask me a question about the situation, remove a condition, or carry one forward during the scene.
Uh, I will. Did I get a condition when I saw Mia's dead
Sure.
body? Okay, I'll just remove that.
Yeah.
Because maybe that was a little, not great.
Yeah, you're able through holding steady, you're able to push that aside, and I'm going to say you're probably pulling her body with you.
Yeah.
So it's partly false hope, like maybe if I can get her to shore, I can save her.
Yeah.
That propels you forward, and in fact, you are the first and only student to make it to Nose Point Island. Right.
No witnesses.
Well, you're the only person to make it to Nose Point Island alive.
Yeah.
I think Ada and Larissa can certainly join you there if they wish, but they're not technically alive. What are Ada, Larissa? Well, we know what Ava's doing. What are Ada and Larissa doing?
No witnesses.
Well, I had been going toward. I was trying to get a hold of whatever was swimming to see if I could bite it or put my claws in it.
Sure, lash out physically.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. Okay, so
Went really well for
7.
me.
7 total.
7 total because I'm -1 for volatile.
All right, you harm them, but choose one. They gain a string on you. They can deal 1 harm to you for free if they want to, or you become your darkest self.
I become my darkest self.
What does it look like when Larissa becomes her darkest self?
I can't focus on anything else but feeding. And in addition to my peculiar cravings, I recognize something else, that primordial hunger which connects all hungers, flesh, blood, and meat. You escape your darkest self once you've overindulged or you've been locked out for long enough to regain composure.
Oh God, everyone's dying.
No, this is very interesting. So
I'm going to go after that dragon, though. I'm going to eat it.
yes, and you're in the water, and that scent, that intoxicating scent of the blood from where Ava wounded it, draws you to it, and it draws something out of you, some deep primordial urge that enables you to pass beyond your lingering sense of humanity. No one can see it because you're in the depths, but your body changes. Your joints pop, your arms become longer. You become this 11-foot long, emaciated stick figure that, however, can dart through the water with unerring focus. The one thing that matters to you, which is consuming whatever that deliciousness is. And you find it and you latch on, and it doesn't seem to react at first because it is massive. And you're transformed, but you're still a gnat by comparison. But it didn't take into account the all-consuming hunger as you just begin eating your way into it. There is thrashing in the water. Teenager bodies flying through the air as this creature realizes that perhaps it underestimated, or it didn't count on Larissa's darkest self. And you are burrowing your way into its oven-like flesh, simultaneously being burned, but also restored as you consume its flesh. So Kimberly is on shore. Ava is picking off stragglers. What is Ada doing?
I think I'd be following Kimberly also with the false hope of maybe we can see if Mia can be resuscitated.
Okay.
So
Would you
I'm
like
probably
to?
on shore with Kimberly, who's just sort of like, I presume not knowing what to do now that she got to the shore.
Yeah, she's like, I won, but at what cost?
You gotta do CPR.
I don't know how to do CPR.
I can. We had health class. Okay, here. It's staying alive. You can do it to that beat, all right?
Screaming.
So, Ada, would you gaze into the abyss for me?
Sure thing. Let's see. Where am I at? That one's dark. So 8.
All right. Are your visions confusing or alarming, or are they lucid and detailed but leave you with the condition drained?
Go with lucid and detailed, but drained.
This is... It's Mia, but it's not. It's everything about Mia that Kimberly cared about. But Kim is kind of shallow. The identity, the personality, the memory that Kim never really cared that much about, because Mia was always kind of like an objective to Kim. That part is absent. This is a hollow shell. But you know that you could restore it to some semblance of life. You could possess it.
Yeah, cool.
Will its heart to beat? You're not quite sure what would come back. It wouldn't be Mia as you knew her. But it would be alive. Sort of.
Yeah, that'll do for now. All right, Kim. It's weird. It's sort of Mia, but not Mia. All right, here, stop. You're doing it wrong anyway. Stop.
What?
I'll be right back. And I just kind of
Be right back.
fall right into the Mia.
Yes.
And then suddenly the Mia sits up and starts coughing, I guess.
Yep.
Mia, you're alive.
Now, am I still in there?
For a moment, yes.
Okay. I'm like...
You think your hold on the body is somewhat tenuous, especially as its systems come back online. The blood starts to pump.
Not Mia. And then I leave.
Yes. There's a moment where Kim grabs Mia's face and kisses her, and then it's like, oh, gross. And then that's what forces Ada back out. I can stop. That the most awkward threesome ever. But yes, Mia's alive.
She's okay. And I don't have to break up with her.
And she
It's a win-win.
And she looks at you. Who are you? Where am I? Who am I? It's Mia's body, but
it's not her. That's fine. We can just teach. I can teach her how to be Mia.
Oh my God,
Mia that I
Kim.
loved. What? She was my girlfriend.
yes. She is now, if you have read the playbooks, a hollow. No past, no memory, no identity. Might make a really good vampire familiar. So the notion that the dragon was going to put Ava in her place, not so much. Larissa finds the heart. And only by consuming its heart is Larissa finally sated. So it's not going to be able to put Ava in her place.
I really wish my dad wasn't in Canada right about now.
Yep. So, Larissa, you feel yourself. I think it's probably the last little bit of your instinct to crawl your way out of the body. And then you're back to yourself. You have definitely overindulged.
Feeling a little bloated. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like when I was in Louisiana and I ate that alligator on a stick, but like 5,000 times worse. I'm so full.
Yeah. But you're relatively
like
near
the
shore.
alligator?
Yeah, well, it tasted like the most delicious thing that you've ever eaten.
Yeah, I was a big fan of it when it was happening.
Yes, it was
Now I'm just very
distilled life essence of ancient and primeval nature that you have now infused your body with.
Yeah. You know I'm a fan of that.
So we'll say as Kim and Ada are realizing that Mia's not the way she was, Larissa just walks out of the lake, super creepy, right? With the hair straggling in the face, totally ring girls it. So you're up on shore.
Hey, Larissa.
Yeah. Hey.
You look kind of full there. Your tummy's sticking out.
And you're pulsing
Well-
with light through your
Well,
veins.
I ate it.
You ate what?
I ate it. Yeah, I think I ate the whole dragon.
Oh,
I mean,
Oh.
not the whole dragon.
Bits and pieces
Not
in
the
its
whole
heart.
dragon, but like I got to its heart and I ate its heart. Oh, I feel invigorated. Where's Eva?
You're like glowing.
Oh my god.
Oh,
thank
Ava's
you.
still like murdering people.
Oh no, we gotta stop her.
I mean, are they really
You're
people
right.
now?
Well,
Essentially blood bags.
there are a number of yells as people who swim back to the shore just head back to the party, get their cars and leaves. Eva's nowhere to be found, along with a good 14, 15 teenagers from a variety of schools.
Oh no.
oh no.
Oops.
We'll get
Do
back
you
to
think
what
we're still
happens with
gonna get
Eva
extra credit?
here in a sec. So, what do the three of you who are not currently your darkest selves do?
I probably immediately try to look for Eva or figure out
Yeah.
where
I
she
guess
is, what she's doing.
We'll comb the lake and look for her and the other people.
I'm gonna take Mia home
Yeah, that
and
sounds
start
good.
working on her because she
Yeah.
needs some help.
Yes.
And yeah, I'm definitely the best person to be doing this.
So Kim takes Mia home.
Are you though?
Larissa and,
Yes, but I don't think we're going to convince her otherwise.
Yeah, that's fair.
Larissa and Ada hunt around. You don't find Eva. And
Oh
you
my gosh.
don't find any of the bodies.
I'm so distraught right now for two reasons. One, I want to find Eva, and two, I would have totally eaten the bodies.
I know. It's like one of those things where like you just had Thanksgiving dinner and then someone brings out the pecan pie and you're like, oh
Yeah,
God, I'm
and
so
you're
full.
like, I
Well,
could do
I could do
that.
more. Yes. Larissa is definitely back to herself.
Is the dragon body here?
Yeah.
Okay.
It is, however, rapidly
They're
turning
just-
to stone
Oh, that's neat.
now that its animating force has been removed. You search and you search, neither of you needing to sleep. I didn't get caught up in any currents or anything like that. It appears that the lake is largely empty, with one exception. Ada. What do you think you see in the depths of the lake?
Yeah, I'm just gonna add traumatized right over here.
Listen, I turned to Ada and I'm like, would it make you feel better if I ate your body?
I mean, not really, but I think that's better because if someone else finds it, it's going to be a problem. Can you grab my stuff, though? I had to get a new cell phone and everything, so it'd be nice to get some of it back.
Sure, absolutely. So I go over and I rifle through all the stuff and I put it in my stupid pockets that are on my sack dress. And then I just like eat all the identifying parts.
Ew, gross.
Just the head and the hands.
Stop looking at me. Eat all the pieces that matter. And then I come back with all of her stuff. And I even bring like the clothes she was wearing and everything.
Yes.
Cool.
And I'm going to say something. This represents a letting go for Ada. Your last tie to your former mortal material life is literally consumed with your permission. So you should clear that traumatized.
That's fair. That's fair. Just a little trauma as a treat.
Yes. So it doesn't mean you can't be traumatized again. But for now, you've achieved an uneasy peace. Well, the next day, it's the talk of town. A bunch of kids got drunk. A bunch of them are missing. Mia's parents are in a bit of a frenzy because they haven't seen her since Friday, and they're worried that she was there. Good news is they're not particularly attentive. So when you return Mia to her parents, they probably appreciate the fact that she seems a bit more pliable than she used to. She basically just does whatever anyone tells her to do. Monday rolls around. None of you have a better plan than to just go to school. The first thing that you notice is that there's a notice that, as unfortunate as it may be, you have a substitute teacher in AP English. So you're going to have to...
Why?
Exactly.
Do they tell us?
No. But it's like an announcement. You don't have AP English until the end of the day, but an announcement comes through, and you just hear it through the grapevine that Ms. Vermillion didn't show up. So your end of term tests are going to be administered by some substitute. Maybe.
I mean, is that a good thing or
well,
a bad thing?
maybe it's a math teacher from Willow Park because Willow Park is already let out.
Maybe. I heard she's pretty cool.
Yeah. And the other thing that you notice is that the kids that disappeared are in school.
Oh no, they're like Peggy.
They all, well, no, they all appear to be a bit more pale than normal.
Oh no.
And you do catch a couple between periods putting on sunscreen.
Oh no, what have you done, Eva?
Oh, Ava.
What have you done?
That is precisely the question that Eva's father asks when he returns that night.
You in trouble.
Something happened in the early morning hours where this conviction that he had that some cabal was out to ruin his plans just faded from his mind. So he came back, only to find a bunch of teenagers lolling around his house, all of which had been obviously turned. So I think we fade to black on Ava's dad saying, "What have you done?" Find out next time on Sasha the Vampire Slayer.
Yeah.
Starting on Tuesday.
When we kill
So many of them. He set up a whole school of vampires for that. That's very good. Are you
Look,
muted, Esther?
All I'm saying is maybe don't send me to boarding school, because then the boarding school could end up as all vampires.
Yes. Yes.
This is what happens when you leave me alone.
It's enough.
Leave me alone after I'd said, hey, you're under the influence of this thing, and then the thing put me in a weird frenzy state. It's not my fault. I mean, that was a really weird dragon being. It's not my fault.
Yes.
It's true.
And your father is probably more concerned about how you deal with the consequences than he is about punishing you.
Well, and I ate that one teacher.
It's true. I mean, you ate her dragon body,
Ate
but
her
same diff.
heart.
Yeah,
I mean,
but same diff.
I came out of this great. I got my girlfriend back, and she's like completely movable. It's perfect.
Oh boy, Kim.
Yes.
I'm I'm doing great.
I was
Yes.
feeling real bad for you, actually, and then I feel less bad now.
You got
you
back
shouldn't feel
every
bad,
part of
Kim.
her that mattered to you. Just not like her memory
I,
or
like,
personality
didn't
or
even have to
soul or
do
anything.
anything.
Yeah.
No, I had to win the race, and we got her back. It was
Well,
this
and
is the best deal I ever made.
and you eliminated the competition.
Yeah,
So Pietro is very pleased.
violent blood frenzy.
So So Pietro will say that they're considering it a fresh start. So you can have your little powers back.
Yay!
Next time they'll think of something more challenging for you to take on.
Oh boy. Technically, I didn't even take it on. It was Laura's.
Yeah.
That's true.
I'm just taking all the credit.
It's true. It's true. Does anyone have
Okay, I
any?
was just hungry.
Does anyone have any epilogue scenes?
I have one.
Okay.
So we cut to me in my storm drain. And
The culvert where you live.
And I'm just, I'm sending a text to Eva. Are you okay? And do you need anything disposed of? Then I close my phone and I look up, and that's it. That's my epilogue scene.
You're probably gonna, as you're training a new coterie of vampires, there's probably gonna be some bodies that need to be disposed of.
Yep. So I'm just waiting to hear back.
That's the good news, is I could tell my dad, look at this awesome resource I've recruited.
Yeah, it just eats people.
Free disposable.
I feel way less bad about my cult now, just saying. Like,
Yeah.
At least they get to live their lives before they're damned.
It's true.
Which that's probably Kim's epilogue scene, is like in a creepy basement, candles lit in front of an altar with Mia at her side, like recruiting all these people into her cult.
Yeah.
And there's just a banner that says "Welcome to VIP Pep Club."
Yes. What's with all the black candles?
Don't worry about it. Put the school robe
It's
on.
the school colors. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Now bow before the altar.
Repeat after me in Latin. Love it.
Yeah.
Scene of Ada just lying on her bed, chilling with her dog, and it's only going like, wait, is that why Ava bit my thumb?
Finally putting pieces together.
Slowly putting pieces together.
Yes. I will say that Ada does feel the occasional pull toward the asylum. They may not be the most sane, but they are the most like you. There maybe is an opportunity to learn how to be a ghost by making
Ghost
friends.
101.
Yeah. Some of them, because they've been around a long time. So maybe you can learn some things that work and maybe avoid some of the pitfalls that led to them being insane. Who knows? We shall see. Any other final scenes? But to be clear, everyone has recovered from conditions and everyone is no longer their darkest self.
Yeah, I'm sure I got put in my place.
Should we do one with him and Ada trying to like go separate ways? Ada gets stuck. Smacks into a wall. We realize that we cannot separate. You're
Yeah, because
stuck
we were
with me,
thinking,
Ada.
Ada's been not thinking about like the asylum people are trapped in the asylum because they died there. Am I trapped somewhere? Because I've been able to go all around town,
Yes.
but is it because?
You're tied to
We
something.
just decided.
Yeah.
I mean,
It'd be
someone.
funny if she was tied to Kim.
Yes.
Yeah, if she's
Yeah.
tied to Kim, so we have to.
Yes.
Far in the future, we see Kim and Ada as reluctant college roommates, and it's a whole sitcom.
Yes.
How to live with your
Exactly.
undead roommate and your murderous roommate. It's fine.
Perfect. Perfect. Awesome. Well, this is more or less Monsterhearts, a game of teenage drama and angst and romance and hormones. Only everyone's a monster. So this turned out pretty well for everyone, more or less, sort of, except for the town.
Yeah.
Kim's happy.
I mean, all
She
my
thought she was
worst
gonna
fears
die.
kind of came to life. I lost my whole house. My reputation got ruined. And then I did the thing that I most didn't want to do, which was break my dad's rules. And
He's fine with it.
it seemed like yeah, I mean, obviously there's mitigating circumstances. So
Yeah.
and
He's
not
like,
under the
well,
influence of it anymore.
now that we have a coterie.
He's probably just upset it's teenagers.
Yeah.
That's the big thing. Yeah.
Yeah. It means it's all on you to see after them. But you've shown that you're up to the responsibility. Look, if you're old enough to make a vampire, you're old enough to care for one.
Yep. That's
I
right.
gotta
Straight up.
feed them and walk them and
Yeah. Clean up their messes.
Yeah.
Make
Yep.
sure they don't go break
Good thing I got
themselves
Larissa.
inside.
Yep. So things are a little bit different, but nothing super traumatic. The school didn't burn down, which is good. And your dad has a bunch of money. And a bunch of kids who are extremely strong, who will work into the wee hours of the night to help rebuild. If anything, you're more popular now.
You have a whole clique.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My own Pep Club.
A whole personal army.
I don't think though that Gilly honors the bonus credits for the Pep Club.
No.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It was just in case I failed the exam or something or needed that extra push.
Yeah, you and none of you do. You all get like A minuses, so it's fine.
Thank God.
So it was a
Wait,
whole
maybe
bunch of
the teacher
work
had
for nothing.
already changed it knowing we were going to give it to her, so that in the grade book it says we have A's, but even though we didn't
Sure.
do it, she asked us to.
Sure.
I mean, Kim made the deal, so maybe it was preemptive.
Yeah,
True.
exactly.
Yes. So you all get exactly what you wanted, except maybe not.
Yay.
Yay! So cool. Well, that was the game. Why doesn't everyone remind everyone who you are and where they can see you next? We'll start with Tough this time.
All right, cool. I am Tough, or 98 Tough Love, or Tough for Torf for Torf 10, or some other variety of nickname. I'm also a variety streamer on Twitch. I play lots of different games. I should be back on June 11th with the continuation of our ongoing Masks campaign. So we will be starting Masks Unfathomable. And then we'll go from there because I just started a new job and moved. So it's like, but yeah, that's me. Go SJ.
I'm SJ or SJ Sidekick. I do not stream, but I play a lot of games here. I should be running a game called Kids on Broom soon as I get my schedule, because I have my schedule for my work, but I don't have it because I'm trying to do my master's at the same time. So pending that, we'll see when that happens. That's it.
You're Meg.
I'm Megan Amell. I'm a variety streamer on Twitch. You can come see me all the time. Like, basically, I'm going to be streaming all the time because I'm on summer break. Normally, I do Tuesday nights, Thursday nights, Saturdays during the day, and then I'm usually, doing games with these guys on Sundays and Sunday nights and that kind of thing. Next, you will see me. What day is it? Sunday. Next
Sunday.
you will see me is probably tomorrow. I'm probably going to do a daytime stream tomorrow because I don't have to work. So, yeah.
And you'll
Come
be back
hang out
here
with me.
on Tuesday playing Sasha the Vampire
Oh,
Slayer.
yeah. I'm a vampire slayer. Yeah. I'm excited.
Beautiful.
Better not kill Ava.
Ruh-roh.
I feel drawn to Ava. I can't. You're going to be like my Spike. Or not my Spike. Well, I mean my Spike too, but my angel is what I meant.
Maybe.
All right. I'm Misha or Misha underscore less than 3 here on Twitch. I don't stream, but you can follow me on Twitter at Misha Weha. That's Misha with a WEHA at the end. I don't think I have anything currently scheduled, but I am going to be in that Kids on Brooms game. So whenever that is, that's when you'll see me next, I think.
Excellent. And I am Zero or Zero Daylight or Michael or DM or GM or Keeper or Master of Ceremonies or what have you. So yes, you can catch me next on Tuesday running the Sasha the Vampire Slayer. This is the old school Unisystem Buffy the Vampire Slayer rule set. And then I think it's next Sunday, we're going to do a one shot on Sunday evening of Visigoths versus Molgoths. So this is another kind of like, it's competitive and romantic rivalry between 1990s Molgoths and 5th century Visigoths, who all hang around the same Galleria. So it is going to be very serious, not silly at all. So come check that out. If you do not currently subscribe to our YouTube channel, head over to cpluscontent.tv, hit the subscribe button, hit the alarm bell to be notified when there's new content, which is roughly 24 hours after it broadcasts live here. And if you are interested in what we do, or you want to talk to folks about fun TTRPG stuff, and you are not currently a member, head over to community.cpluscontent.tv, our Discord channel, and it is up. There's a spreadsheet there that has all the games that are under consideration and the games that are in scheduling. There's a place where you can share pictures of your dice or your book collections or your fan art, which, by the way, there's a lot of awesome fan art on there to check out. So please do so. And we are going to go out and raid someone. I think it's going to be Juice, because I just saw him jump online. Yep, looks like that is working. So cool, we're going to head over there. I know many of you are probably already over there, but I think he just went online. So we're going to head over, say hi to Juice, give him all the love, and we will see you all back here very, very soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.